Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. In today's video, I'm going to be teaching you how to build a full stack airline ticket booking app, and this is going to work just like the regular airline ticket booking app because we're going to be using a real API for booking tickets, just like how regular booking apps like Emirates, Delta Airlines, and several airlines around the world book the ticket for their users or travelers. All right. So if you're a beginner, if you're a pro and intermediate, you have so much to learn from this video. Without further delay, let's check what we'll be building in today's video. So first things first, let's go to our profile to log in and start the process again. So if I click on logout, you can see the welcome screen, which shows this nice welcome screen and a brief info about the app. So if you click on discover, you'll be taken to the login screen to log in as a user, because every user needs to log in and book a ticket, and at the end of the day, attach that user's ID or information to that ticket so that whenever they log in, they'll be able to, come back to their app and see the tickets that they've booked. So in my case, I'm going to log in here. So sign in, and it takes me to the home screen where you can see my username right here and some information as well as my picture. All right, so in the home screen, you have two options in which you can book your ticket, one way or round trip. All right, I have this section which shows the ticket that you've already booked earlier. All right, so in the departure, you can click this to search for the specific departure. And here, I'm just going to type in Paris to search for the airports located in Paris. And as you can see, there are several airports in Paris. I'm just going to select this. And when I go back, I'm going to see my airport right here. So also I can specify, where I am going specifically. I can type in, I want to travel to New York. And it's going to show all the airports available in New York. So I can select New York. I can go back and I'm going to see New York right here. For this section, I can specify the date I want to travel. And let's say I want to travel on the 30th. I'm going to save this, click on OK, go back. I'm going to see my dates changed here. And also the others that are traveling, just me. All right. So if I click on search, it's going to send this information to the API and provide me a list of flights available for that specific day. As you can see, Charles de Gaulle to New York, and this is the first ticket, 2 hours 0 minutes, and this is how much it costs and the type of the ticket. And you can also see the amount of results returned from the API. You can see different prices. As you can see, €195. So if I click on the first one, then it will take this information to the next screen and check, okay, all right, this is your flight ticket details. As you can see, from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., just 2 hours flight. And, you can see the price here and the trip total. And if I click on continue booking, I have to pass in my traveler details, all right? So let me just pass in my traveler details right here. And you can see already that this has some validation put in place so that you have to fill all this information and the user has to provide all this information before they can proceed to book the ticket. So I'm just going to pass this in. The date of birth, I'm just going to choose something random, 2015. Select an item, which is gender. My gender is male. My first name is Tech, and this is rated. My passport number, I'm just going to pass in some random number right here. The issuance date, I can specify 1st of April, and the expiry date, I can specify a date ahead. It has to be a date that is valid. The API will not accept any date that is expired, all right? My nationality, I can specify, either USA or Spain. The birthplace, I can specify Madrid or any place. I'm just going to keep it as Madrid. The type of my passport, I can specify passport. The country calling code, I can pass in 01 or 02. And if I click on submit, I can see my booking screen with the traveler details just to confirm that everything works as expected. And you can see my email right here and my date of birth. So if I confirm booking, it sends all this information to the API and, create a booking ticket for me. As you can see, some of the information is right here. So if I click on save, right here in my section right here, I can see some of the tickets that I've booked. But if I go to the ticket section, I can see the ticket that I just booked right here. As you can see, Charles de Gaulle, and this is the exact ticket that I booked. Excellent. And to take this further, you also be able to, check the flight details in full and also go to your profile section, to probably edit your user's profile. Like if I go to edit and say tech rated dev, this is my username. Update it, it says profile updated successfully. Go back, you are going to see the tech rated dev username changed. Excellent. And also in this section, you're going to see tech rated dev right there. You can search for several locations that you want, and that doesn't stop there. Once again, so if I search for, New York, if I select New York right here, if I go back, and don't mind this error is basically your API has a limit and you need to be careful about what you search for. So right here in the destination, I can specify Paris. So if I click on Paris, I can select Paris right here, go back, and you're going to see Paris right here. So I can even specify different dates. Let's say 24th. I can save this. Okay, go back. And I can click on search to search for that particular ticket. All right. And all of this is happening live on the API endpoint. And you're going to see the ticket available from New York to Paris in a moment. So this takes me to the search results screen. And you can see the flight available from New York to Paris. So if I click the first one, you're also going to see the flight available, right? You can see the first section of the flight and the second section of the flight. There's a layover, and you're going to see the layover here at the LHR airport. That is where the first layover is, and you can see the date. You can see everything about the date and the time. So if I click on continue, I can also pass in another ticket information or another user information rather. I can see this is also tech rated. And my date of birth, like I said, I can just pass in any number right here. So 2019, I can specify my gender, male. I can specify my name. I can scroll up. I can specify my last name, my passport number 0123456789. I can specify the issuance dates to be 14, and the expiry dates, like I said, it has to be a year ahead, right? Or some dates more than this issuance date because they can be at the same date. So my document type, I can specify passport. My country calling code, I can specify 01. Submit this, and if you click on confirm booking, it is going to take all this information once again, send it to the API, and provide you a ticket number and also a brief information. So if you save this again, you go back to your home screen, the ticket section, you are going to see the ticket that you just booked right here. So ladies and gentlemen, this is what we'll be building in today's video, and this is going to be very, very interesting. Without further delay, let's jump into building this mobile app. But before we do that, please make sure to go to my channel and subscribe at Tech Rated Dev. Subscribe, like the videos, share with your friends, and turn on the notification bell icon so you can be notified of other interesting videos that will drop in future videos. So without further delay, let's jump into creating today's video. So let's just minimize this and head back to our search results. And in our search results, we need to get data we are passing to this screen. All right. So, and how do we do that? So basically say const params is going to be coming from use local search params, and that is basically coming from Expo. And I can just type it as any like this. And if I just basically just console.log the params, you basically see the data we pass to this screen. All right. So just scroll up. This is a lot of data we are passing to the next screen. Let me just scroll up. Hopefully I can see the log. As you can see, these params, and inside of the params includes the flight offer data that we passed to this screen. All right. So now that we know that our params is here, all we have to do, is just extract the, flight offer data. So I'm just going to say flight offer data, and that stays inside of params. And before I even use this flight offer data or render the UI, I need to pass the data, right? So I'm going to say pass flight offer data is going to be JSON dot pass the flight offer data. And if you check inside of this flight offer data, console.log, let me bring this up. If I save that, you're going to see the past flight offer data, and you're going to see how the structures look like basically. So let's move ahead and render that on our screen right here. And this is what our search UI will look like. So basically, let's go to our index, or should I say my departure? We need that header that we used to put at the top of our screen. So this header right here, I believe. So let me just copy this, go to my search results, and paste this inside of here. It is going to throw several errors because we are still here to import some interesting things. So that's one. And that's two. That should complete that section. But we still need to, import pressable, import router from Expo router, material icons from Expo vector icons. And also, all right, we do not need this actually. So I can just show my, icon just like how I have it here. So just copy this. Put this inside of this, and this should be dots instead of, so it should be dots. I believe the departure date doesn't actually, isn't the perfect thing to copy. Let me just copy this instead. Close this, search results. Let's try this again. So just, paste this. Go back, then create or complete this. Complete this as well. So inside of this, I have my pressable, I have everything. Import this, the 3 dots, and this is going to say search results. Save that. You see the search results looking just like what we have right here. Okay, so all we have to do is continue with this header right here to show where we are traveling from and where we are traveling to. All right, so let me just bring this down and let me minimize this. Okay, so just underneath of this, I'm going to have an header search result, right? So even while still here. Let me just, go to my components, and I'm going to create an header search results.tsx React Native functional export header search results. Then I'm just going to, have this header search results, and that is what that will look like. As you can see, inside of my header search results, I'm basically going to, render the, flight data, the dates, the amount of seat, and the type of flight here. So first things first, I'm just going to, create a variable to actually store the, flight data that we are saving in async storage. We have to save it somewhere. So search flight, data, set search flight data, and this is going to be null. Let me just import this right away from React. So next, I'm going to say const origin city is going to be search flight data dot origin city. Else is just going to be of an empty string. I'm going to do the same for destination city, search flight data destination city else an empty string. Departure date as well, const departure date, search flight data dot departure date. Then the return date if it exists, and finally the seats that we are going to use, the seats. So the search flight data dot seats else just passing a value of 0. We won't be searching for return date yet. So let's just go ahead with things. All right, so I need to format the date just like earlier. So formatted departure date is not going to be something like this. It's going to be departure date dot replace. All right, and I'm just going to have this regex here. All right. Okay, let's see. Let me remove this. Then plus. Yes, that is how I want the regex to look like. And I don't need to say else empty. Right. So let's just, use effects to, fetch our flight data from our local storage, right? So let me just pass in an empty dependency like this first. We'll say const fetch, const fetch search flight data. It's going to be an asynchronous function, and I'm just going to close this like this. I'm going to change this to search. So like always, our try catch and I'm going to say const data is going to be await async storage, and I'm going to get the search flight data from async storage. So I'm going to say if data is not equal to null, and that is when I want it to set these values. So set search flight data, and here I'm going to pass the error and also consider log any error we might be getting. So after that, let's now These are our consts. Okay, this is our function. Let's now call our function. So right here, I'm just going to put this right here to call our function. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost ready. So yeah, I'm just going to pass an empty fragment. So whatever we are getting from our async storage, all right, we're basically setting it to search flight data, right here. And we're now, going inside of this one by one to pick them out so we can render them right here. All right, so inside of this, I'm going to see if search flight data is true. All right, if search flight data is true, then I want to have a view inside of this, and the first view is going to stand for this section right here. All right, so let's save that. So the class name for this is going to be flex or row justify of center items of center padding x of 2 with or full. Bring this up so we can see the full scope of things. So just underneath of this, we're also going to have a view. All right, so I'm going to say class name width is going to be of 70%, justify of between items or center flex or row padding bottom of 2. All right, so all we have to do is just render a text, and this text is basically going to say origin city. Let me render that, and you can see where we are coming from, New York. So class name for this is going to be text of large, text of white, and font of extra bold, and just capitalize it, and you can see where we are coming from. That is good. Let me just copy this, put this right here, and change this to destination city, and you can see where we are going, and this is going to be reusable in our code entirely. So once we create this header search result once, we can just basically pick the components and be putting it at the header like this. Cool stuff. So let's have the feather right here, and the name is going to be arrow right, size of 24, color of white. So feather from Expo icon. Save that. You should see how that arrow looks like. All right, so let's just minimize this. I want to have another view here, and this is what we are going to apply. All right, which includes the date, the seat, and the class. So inside of this, we say class name is going to be flex of row, justify of center items of center, flex of row. I already have that, and padding x of 2 with of full. All right, so let me have another view right here. Class name is going to be width of 80%. Justify is going to be of between, items is going to be of center, flex is going to be of row. So let me save that. Right underneath of this, I'm going to have a text. I'm going to have a text, and this is going to say formatted departure date. You can see what the date looks like, plain. So class name is going to be text of small, text of neutral, 400, font of extra, bold. That is what my date looks like. And let's just, copy this. And let's just put seats. And why is this seats is what we called it, seats. So I'm just going to pass in the seats. As you can see, 0 seats. How is that possible? That should be just a single seat. Excellent. So 1 seat. Because I can remember that was required when, searching for that. So let's see cons, and the name is going to be primitive dots. And why is this? Let's just, use dot of view, and that error should disappear any moment from now. The size should be of just 10. Moving on, let's have these opticons again. Copy it, put it right there. I have another text that says, economy. All right, so that is what that looks like. So, unfortunately, we didn't remember to, set the type of seats we are getting from the search results to our async storage. That is where we have a double text of economy here. You can refactor that to, while saving to async storage, also save the type of seat we search for, which is economy, right? But yes, let's just have economy right there. All right, our header search result is ready. And you can see that looks just like what we have right here. So let's display this section right away. So right inside of this view, let's have a scroll view, because we want to be able to scroll through this section underneath of this header. All right. So let's say the class name is going to be width of full, height of full. And also, I'm now going to have a view here. And this view is going to have the class name of width of full, padding y of 2, justify of between items of center. So inside of this, I want to also have a view and also another view. Then inside of this view, I'm going to have, 2 views. That's a lot of views already. Text is going to say search results. So save that, we should see that search results now. And let's now display the amount of search results that we got back. So I'm going to say past flight offer dot data, dot length, and say this is going to be results. So save that. And it says text must be rendered inside of a text. Oops, my bad. So let's just cut all of this inside of this. Good. Search again. Excellent. 10 results. So this is going to be a flex or row. Justify of center, items of center, and save that. So even this, I believe it needs some. So width is going to be a full, All right, padding X of 4, padding Y of 2, flex of row, justify of between items of center. So this is equally spaced out. All right. And I can even say this is going to be 6. All right. So for the search results, let me give it a proper styling. Text of large, font of semi-bold. I should come up really nice. For my result, I'm going to say text is going to be of 6B7386, font or semi-bold, text of base. That is what that looks like. Row. And yes, so let's move ahead and see what is the next item. So these individual cards are the next things we have to create. So right here, I'm just going to minimize this. So underneath of this, I'm also going to have another view. Right, so another view inside of this. So class name is going to be width of full. And inside of this, I'm going to say class name is going to be height of 18, width of full, padding X of 4, space, Y of 4 as well. So inside of this, I'm just going to say past flight offer data.map, and basically what I'm going to pass inside of this, let's see, is that how that looks, right? So I'm not saying render flight offer. I do not have this created yet, so let's just go to the top of our code and create that right away. So right here, I'm going to say const flight offer data, which is going to take in, an item and also an index, which is obviously going to be number. So let's just close this right away. So inside of this, I'm going to have a pressable. All right, so the key is basically going to be of the index. Whenever we press this, all right, we want to take the user to a specific, screen and also perform some operations. So class name here is just going to be margin bottom of 8. So inside of here, we are going to have a ticket component, right, where we are going to pass the key, all right, which is going to be of index, and also item, which is going to be of item. So let's just go to our components. Let's create a tickets.tsx. So let's create a React Native boiler code, and let's just import this ticket from components. So right here, it takes in the properties of item, and this error should disappear right away. So I believe we can save this now. Save this, and we shouldn't get any error at all. So you should see our tickets show any moment from now. So let's just render some basic information. All right. So class name for this view is going to be PG of white, shadow or small. And by the way, this is what we are creating right now, these individual cards. All right. So BG blend of darken, mix blend, add light, width of full, padding of 4, padding Y of 2, rounded of XL. Alright, so let's have another view here, and you're going to see what we are working on any moment from now. So the class name is going to be justify of between items of center flex of row, padding Y of 2. Good. So right here, I'm going to add another view. Let me remove this before it screams that it is not. Okay, so class name for this is going to be what? Width of 16. And inside of that, I'm going to have a text. Basically what this text is going to say is item dot itineraries, and it's going to be, we're going to pick the first itinerary, and segment, also we pick the first segment, and also the carrier code. Itineraries, all right, I believe that is correct. So we should be able to see these any moment from now. And it says what it has the type of any. Let's just put this right here. Save that. All right, so let me check back to my search results and the scroll view. I might have forgotten something here. So I'm just going to say content container style. So I'm just going to say justify content to be of center, align items to be of center as well. And also I'm going to say horizontal. Okay, seems that is or doesn't exist there again. So nothing seems to still be showing. Let me just go back, search again. Well, API key has expired. That is pretty fast. So let me just, get a new token. My new token, copy this. Replace this with this, save that. Search for a flight, and still nothing shows. Okay, let me just confirm if we are getting the item we're supposed to get. Console.log item, just scroll up, save that, and I can't even see any item right there. So past flight offer data. It is the data, right? Dot map, then render flight offer. It's exactly what we do want. Okay, what are we missing out? So let's check again. Get keys index. An item is item. Okay, we made a mistake because this is not supposed to be a curly braces, or it's not supposed to. So all of these, let's wrap it inside of this. And ladies and gentlemen, you should see our tickets right away. As you can see, several tickets. So let me just minimize this and continue with my ticket right here. So just under this, I'm going to say view. I'm going to have a text right here. I'm going to call this recommended. Recommended. All right. So the class name for this is going to be BG. This is going to be A1, E, B, E6. That is the color I want. Branded or full. Padding X of 4. Padding Y of 1. All right. So the class name for this text is going to be text or small. I don't want any of that information to be really prominent. So we're going to say 1F61 rather, 5T, font of bold or semi-bold rather, that is too bold. Okay, so we are done with the first stage, which is this section. Now let's render this section, this section, this section, and this section. All right. So let's just say this is a section for the airline. And this is going to be for departure and arrival. IATA code. So let's have the view here. Save that. So the class name is going to be justify or between items of center, flex of row, padding Y of 2, width of full, and relative. So let's move ahead with things. And I can create a similar one up here and call this arrival. So I'm going to put it right here as well. But I don't think I need the relative here. So inside of this, I'm going to say I want a, departure. So I'm going to have a view here. And this view is going to say, bring this up. Class name is going to be width of 1/4. Item starts, flex or row, justify of starts. The text, all right, is going to say search, search, and I believe we do not have that set up yet, but basically I think we are going to just copy and paste some of these things here. So in our header right here, we're just going to reuse some of these things. So copy this inside of my tickets. So put this right here, bring this like this, and also bring this right here. We'll bring in async storage and bring in this. So I'm going to say search flight data is true. Then I want to now render the search flight data dot origin city. Okay, save that. As you can see, New York, New York, New York. And that is what that looks like. Excellent. So let's just give this a proper styling. Class name is going to be text or small. text of 6B7386, font or semi-bold, and then capitalize it. Excellent. So I want to format the duration as well. And let me just come right here and say I want to have another view here. But this view goes like this. Let's scroll up. Let's have the class name right here, which is going to be 2/4. Justify or center items or center. Class name is going to be text of this and text of black, font of bold. So right here, I'm just basically going to say format duration, because I want to format, this time right here to give the user a perspective of the exact time it will take or the flight will take. So format duration, and I'm just going to pass in not the duration but the segment right there. All right, so let's just go ahead and create that right away. So scroll up. We're going to say const format duration. It takes in a segment or a timestamp, just to be specific. All right, or rather it takes in segments. Sorry. So it takes in segments. All right. So I'm going to say let the total. This is some JavaScript case here. So let total duration be equal to 0. And I'm going to say segment.for each. Take each of the segments and perform some interesting things on them. I'm going to say if segment.departure is true and segment of arrival is true as well, right? Now see const departure is new date segment.departure.at. Const arrival is new date segment.arrival.at. Const segment duration milliseconds, it is going to be arrival minus departure time, basically this minus this. And all right, so arrival time, rather, let me change this to time as well, departure time as well, departure time. And why is this true? The rent outside of batch must be type of any. I believe this is also TypeScript. So total duration plus or minus or plus equal to the segment duration. All right. So I'm not going to say const. Let me check if I'm still inside of this. Cut this. So underneath of this, so I have the segment right here, I believe. So underneath of this, I'm now going to say const total duration hours. It's not going to be math.flow total duration. This is supposed to be millisecond. All right. Okay, some things are missing here. All right, this also. So 10 milliseconds divided by not this value, but 1000 multiplied by 60 multiplied by 60. And also const total duration minutes is going to be math.flow, and we are going to take in total duration milliseconds and get the remainder. Then 1000 multiplied by 60 multiplied by 60 divided by 1000 multiplied by 60. Like I said, this is some really JavaScript arithmetic. So all I have to do is return, the total duration hours with an hour text at the back, and also total duration hours. Okay, I need to return the hours as well too. Hours. All right. So if total duration hours is not strictly equal to 1, then just show second, else just show an empty string. We are almost there. And also after, let's remove this. So also we are going to have, total duration minutes, then minutes, and also have this right here. So let's remove this. That is causing some bugs. All right, so let's save this. As you can see, 14 hours, 20 minutes, 14 hours, 40 minutes, 14 hours, 50 minutes. That is the time it takes for these flights. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are almost there. All we have to do is just, copy this, I believe. Copy this. Come over here. Put this right here. And put this as destination city. As you can see, from New York to Paris, it takes, 14 hours, 20 minutes. And I believe we missed some text there. But anyway, let's forge ahead and complete this UI we have. So we still have this, and these other sections as well. So just scroll up, and right here in our departure arrival, so let's also have a view here. Let's bring this up. The class name is going to be width of 1/3. Items is going to be of start. First is going to be of row. Let's say gap is going to be of 1. Justify of start. Then text, right? It's going to be item.itineraries. We're taking the first item in the array segment, then the first item in the segment of the array, departure.iata code. And that is what that looks like. So save that. You should see how that looks, JFK. So copy this again, and this will stand for the arrival. All right, so itineraries, segment, then arrival dot IATA code. You can see what that looks like. So let's have a nice icon in between of that. So I'm going to say the class name for this is going to be width of 1/3. Items is going to be of end. Flex is going to be of row. Justify is going to be of end as well. So let's just have a font here. And I'm going to have font awesome from Expo vector icon. and this is going to be of plain size 24 and black. And I do believe this is not supposed to be justified of end, but center. This is supposed to be of center. This is supposed to be of center. Flex or rule? Nope. Just shadow instead. Shadow of small items or, center as well. So save that, and it seems you ran into an issue. So let's just check where the issue is coming from. So it says couldn't find a navigation context. Have you wrapped your app with navigation container? And okay, let me check font awesome. Could that be the issue? And that doesn't seem to be the issue at all. So let me just minimize this arrival. And let me just comment this out. And let's see where the error is coming from. So search. Okay. So it seems this is where our error is really coming from. So save that. Oops. Missing context error. Font awesome 5 is what I want. Not just font awesome. Font awesome 5. Look how small that error is that is causing that issue. And look at our nice icon there. So I'm just going to say 1, 2, B3, 8, 8. Save that, and you should see what that looks like. And also, we're almost there. We just need to render this section and this section, and we should be good to go. So after this, all we have to do is just go to the next step, and I think we still have some stalling issue right here. All right, this needs to stay right under this and this under this. All right, so let's check that out and see what we are actually doing wrong. So they have width of 1/3, which is nice. And I believe this is to have an item of end. And let's check. Justify of also end. Okay, that is what I want. So for this as well, for the Paris, I think we need to adjust things there as well. All right, so after that, you can see things are now shaping up just like our design. So if you move ahead, what we have to do next is to, sort this time and the amount of stops for the flight and the type of the flight and the price, and we should be good to go. So let's have another view here. And, we're just going to say this view or this entire section. Let's bring this up. The type of ticket. All right. So let's have a class name right here. That says justify of between items of center, flex of row, padding y of 2, width of 4, and relative. All right, that's the first step. So also I want a view here. All right, and this view we have the following class name: padding y of 1, width of 1/2, items of center, justify of start, flex or row. And inside of this, I'm going to have material icons from Expo icons. And the name, I can say flight class. All right, size of 24, color. Let's see how that looks like. Okay. I actually want a different color than that. So let me just choose my color and say 388. Save that. Color should be similar to this. All right, so let's have a text, and the text should have a class name of text of large, text black, font of bold, and capitalize things. So in here, I'm going to have some interesting things. I'm going to say if item itineraries, I believe, or rather not itineraries. I want to show the travelers, pricing. All right. So I'm going to say traveler pricings. I'm going to pick the first in that array, then also pick the fare details by segment, then the first in that array. And I'm going to say if the length, all right, is greater than 15, then what do I want to do? I want to now display, right? I want to display that same that I just accessed. Then I want to access the cabin, then slice it between the first and the 15 character. And if the length is greater than that, just add 3 dots to that. So we don't have too long, characters displayed on the screen. Else, just display the cabin information. All right. So as you can see, economy. If it is longer than economy, it cuts it and just add 3 dots to it. So that is the first thing we have to do. So let me just copy this. Even though I think it is quite different. So let me just leave that as it. Let me leave that as it is. And let me have a view here. And in this view, I want to have a class name, padding y of 1, width of 1/2, items of center, flex of row, justify of end, space x of 1. Then also I want to have a text here. And what would the text say? Basically, I want to show the item, dot price, dot currency. All right. And that is basically what I want to show. Let's see how that looks. So that's the currency type, euro. And let me now show the ground total. The user will be paying to fly on each of these tickets, so ground total. And you see the price come up any moment from now, 121.3. As you can see, this is $170. Obviously, they have different offers, right? This takes 14 hours and it's just 121. This takes 13 hours and it's just 170. So that is some of the differences with them. And also they offer different luggage sizes and all. So keep that in mind. So class name will be text large. Text would be 12B388. And the font is going to be bold. That is what that looks like. All right. Where are we with things? Are we almost there? We have I think everything's set up except this part. All right. It seems we need to have them in a straight line instead of that. So let's go back to our, I believe that's our format. And did we even miss anything? Okay, JFK. So we still have this section, right? After this, we have this, all right? So let's check where we are to add that. I think above this. All right. So basically, this is going to be arrival time. So let's have a view here. And this view is going to say class name will justify of between items of center, flex of row, padding y of 2, width of 4, and relative. Then inside of these, I want to have a view. Class name will be absolute. Width is going to be of full. All right. So this also have another view. And I do not think we need to have. Let's check again why we need to have. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's just check again. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to change this to width of 1/3 items of, n, justify of center. Let me remove this for now. All right. And this is where I'm going to have, the time. I'm going to show the time like this. So I'm going to say item dot et. I'm going to pick the first itineraries in that array and also the first segment in that array, and also departure. Then we're going to have an at here. So say that you should see what the time looks like, but we need to actually format that time because it doesn't look nicer to the user at all. So let's just go to the top of our code right here. Let's see const format time, which is a basic JavaScript, code. All right. So I'm going to say if time exists, then, or if time doesn't exist, if time doesn't exist, all right, just return an empty string so that we can be able to catch that error pretty quick. So return new date, then to local time string. And let's just remove all of this for now. Cool. So let's have an empty array here and an empty object right here and say, okay, the hour will be 2 digits and the minute will be 2 digits. So copy this. Then we are going to use this right here. So cut all of this, put this right here. Save that. Our time should be formatted to 8 p.m. That is when the flight leaves the airport. All right. So I believe our text needs to be a lot nicer. So this should be item starts. Cool stuff. So this flight leaves at 8 p.m. let's render the amount of stops, and let's even render the arrival immediately now. So this, as you can guess, will be changed to arrival, and this will be 1. So save that, and this is the time the plane lands. All right, so N will be the information here. All right, so lastly, we need to add, the amount of stops, right? So let's see, in some cases, okay, in some cases, it doesn't have the, the first item in that array. It's just a single item in that array. So how about we do a conditional that says, let's copy this. If this exists, all right, just use this. Else, just use the first index in the array. Save that, and hopefully you can see the time here. So, let's check if it is 2 instead of 1. Let's see if there is 2. So there's no 2 and there's no 3. So let's just have the first showing there. All right, so if you take off 11 p.m., you will land by 12:15 p.m. Okay. I think that's a little bit of time issue. So let's see if there is 1 here. Okay, let's check. There isn't. Okay. It seems our time is correct. All right. But let's just, leave that as it is. So moving on, let's just put the amount of stops for that journey. All right. So let's just accept Copilot's suggestion for now. And it's not like we'll be having an icon here anyway. But let's just also add a justify of center here. Texts. Let's have this right here. I say item. Let's accept this for now, but we will check in the segment, obviously, right? But we want to pick out some items inside of that segment. All right. So just reduce is what I want to do, which is a JavaScript method, right? So inside of this, I can say, okay, total segment and the index. All right, we're going to pass in an arrow function there, and we are going to say index. If it is strictly equal to 0, then total will be total plus 1. Let's see the Copilot suggestion and see if this is correct. Let's try this and see if it works. That breaks our code. All right, so it's supposed to be total plus 1. Excellent. This is definitely what I want. Discover again, search. So let's just cut this out and try again. It seems that is breaking our code. So search again. Okay, that seems to be breaking our code. Let's see what we are doing wrong. So item.itineraries, the first index in that itineraries, then .segment.reduce. All right, we have the total, the segment, and the index. Okay, so we need to also wrap this around this. and also have a comma with a 0 here. All right, let's save that. And you can see the amount of stops right there. So let me just add the text of stops there. One stop. So the class name is going to be text of large, text of black, font of bold. One stop. Let's also add a spacing between them. One stops. Okay. So now that that is done, let's just head over to this section. I'll probably reduce the text a little bit. And I believe that section is here. So let's just have it as large. Would that be bigger than this? Okay. That seems to be bigger. Let's check the width. Okay. So let's just check our design once again. Minutes, all right. Then we need to like cut some things out. So let me go to the format duration and minimize this format duration. And how about I just have it as hour and this just as MIN. Cool stuff. And yes, this is what I want. And yes, that is what that looks like. So let's just minimize that. And you can see or get a good grasp of what our flight card looks like. Although I still need to make these in a single line, but that doesn't seem to be an issue at all. We can just, go ahead with our code and let me see how much space this really take. But not too much actually. And this is even 25. I can reduce it to 20. I can reduce this to 20. Copy this as well. Put it right here. That's 40. Then we can up this as 60, I believe. 60 right here. And that doesn't seem to even be the issue at all. Can we try text of center? Okay, center, justify center. Let's see. That doesn't seem to be budging at all. But hey, let's just leave our initial styling as we have it. So yes, let's just minimize this. I believe we are done with this section. Let me remove those borders. Remove it. Okay. So now the next step is clicking on each of these cards and taking that information to the next screen, right? So the next stage is probably create a function to undo taking whatever data was clicked, then try to see if there's an upsell for that ticket or if the price will remain the same. We've been on this screen for like a couple of seconds or a couple of minutes. I think maybe 5-10 minutes we've been on this screen. And the price might have changed. And all we have to do is just confirm once again if the price remains the same or if there are additional offers for this specific individual tickets. So, in airline, price changes every now and then in airline business. So let's just undo that. So undo upsell request, which is going to be an async function. All right. So I'm going to have my items here. I'm just going to have it as any for now. And I'm going to try and catch the error that might occur. So just consider log the error. Save that. So in my try, let me take this up. First things first, I'm going to set is pending to true, just like we showed earlier, since we don't have that created yet. So let's just create this const. Thank you, Copilot. So we're creating a variable or state of is pending and setting is pending to true or false by default. And immediately you click on this function, it sets the pending to true. So you can show the black overlay with the activity indicator on the screen. Then we are going to say const API URL. And I believe I already have this in the API. So I'm just going to, const requests. The request body will be equal to the data. All right. The type of the data will be flight offers upsending. All right. Then the flight offers is going to be the item, but in an array. All right. We don't want individual objects. Then the payment, and most of these values it needs to stay the same if you are creating if you're making API calls in the test environment. All right. These are the values that you must pass along. So if you're in production, the value will definitely change. So all you have to do is just collect some of these values. So visa IX ARIS, then the bin number can be 1 2 3 4 5 6. Then the flight offer IDs is going to be 1 in an array. There's an array of numbers. All right. So that is 1. So const request body is ready. So now let's create another variable called requests options. Request options. The method is going to be post. The headers will be content type of application JSON. Authorization is going to be, API token. Then the body is going to be JSON.stringify request body. All right. So after this, we're not going to say const response. It will now be equal to our weight. So we are going to use fetch here instead of, our normal excuse. But let me just construct the URL right here. So I'm going to say const API URL. And I'm going to have this, I'm going to say API URL. Then I'm going to have, I believe, let me check once again just to be sure. Our API URL is version 2. Nice. So this will not actually work. Let me copy all of this. Let me copy all of these and put these right here. And why it would not work is because it's supposed to be version 1. All right. Let's have that as that. So version 1, shopping flight offers upselling. That is what the endpoint would look like. So let's scroll up and apply our API URL and also the request option that we have created right here. All right, so const response data will now be equal to await response.json, and also const flight offer data will now be equal to response data. All right. So that's not all. Let's now see if, if response is okay. All right. Then let's do something interesting. Let's set is pending to false. I don't want to consider log this. Then we can now send the user to the next screen by saying router.push the path name would be branded upsell, so you can see all the upselling values. And also let's import router from Expo router. Then the params, this will not be flight offer data, JSON.stringify flight offer data, which we are storing here from our response. And ladies and gentlemen, I believe that is all. Okay, that's if the response is okay. If it is not okay, like if it doesn't find an upselling value, we need to, try a different endpoint. All right. So I'm going to say, I want to be specific with the error, right? If the response dot, bring this up very well. If the response dot errors and response dot errors, the first error in that array and the code of the error is strictly equal to 39397. All right. Or if the response data dot errors and the first error dot code is strictly equal to, this is supposed to be 4926. All right. Then let's see what we are doing wrong. Should we wrap all of this inside? Let's wrap all of these. Let me add this here. All right. Else. Okay. Then we have one here as well. And I believe that is how that looks like. So let's save these and see the formatting that we did. Okay. So if the response.errors is true, right? And the response.error code is 39397, or the response data.errors with an R errors, then the first error in that array, if the code is 4926, then we basically tell the user no upsell, offer found. We'll just, take them to call a different API, right? But let's just consider log for our own developer's sake, right? So let's see no response, no upsell rather. No upsell offer found. Then all we have to do is just, trying pricing requests. So all we have to do here is just, call another API endpoint if all of that is not available. So we're going to call this pricing request. We're passing the items basically. So how does that endpoint look like? So basically underneath of these, we're going to say const under pricing requests. It is going to take an item, right? It's going to take an item, and we are going to try catch things as well. So catch the errors, consider log the error for us. So I'm going to say const the response will be equal to await. Then we are going to use excuse here dot post. All right. Then the HTTPS will look like this: version 1 shopping flight offers / pricing. Then we are going to say include detailed fare rules. All right. So this next API would include all the fare rules for each particular pricing of tickets. So let's import excuse so we don't go into errors. So underneath of this, I'm now going to say the headers. Bring this up. All right. The headers is authorization of Bearer API, and the content type is application JSON, and just above this also the data is going to be type, and the type is going to be flight offers pricing. And all of these things I'm saying are already in the Postman documentation on how to fetch, price upselling and the likes. So you can just use all of these as it is in the, Postman documentation. So let me just, if you check the section of price upsell, you can see branded fare upsell. And if you check the body, you can see what I was talking about regarding why some of these things needs to be static. That is one. And you can check flight offers price. You can check the body, and this is what flight offer pricing looks like. And yeah, so everything I'm doing is already in the documentation. So it's not like I'm bringing it out from the sky. Everything is in documentation. All you have to do is just go check it out, right? So normally, if you want to book your flights, these are the 3 steps, like step 1, step 2, step 3, and step 4. First, you have to authorize your API token, which we have done several times. You have to search for the flights, get the offer price, and then create the order, right? But we were taking it to the next step by, using the standard flight booking, searching for it, getting the price, getting the branded upsell in case, let's say you want to have additional luggages and stuffs, it is included here. And, even the 6-month display, we are going to work on some of these things as well. So let's just go ahead and try things and continue our code. So let's see where we are. So after this, right, I'm going to set is pending to false. All right. So I'm going to say const flight offer price is going to be coming from response.data.data. All right. And we are going to now push the user. Oops, made a mistake. Response.data.data. Then after we get the, the values, we can now push the user to the next screen. And this is what that looks like. So router.push, we're basically going to push to the flight details directly if there are no branded upsell. So flight details screen. All right. So the part name doesn't exist yet. We are here to create the file in our app. That is why it is screaming at us right there. So excellent. I believe that is okay. We can as well, show this error just for the developer experience, and let's just show the error dot message. All right. Let's just display. This is too long already. Let's just have this here. All right. So the error is definitely going to be any type of error. Doesn't really matter. All we have to do is just display that. So ladies and gentlemen, we are almost done. All we have to do is just create these parts. So let's just, first things first, let's create branded upsell.tsx, React Native functional export. So this branded upsell should be in cap locks. Save that. Then also we are going to create, what's the other one again? That is flight details. So flight details. And from the naming, you can guess what each of these page would do. All right. So flight details. So let's just close this, and let's go to our layout and bring in those additional pages. So copy this, bring those here, bring this here. So this should be called branded upsell, and this should be called flight details. Ladies and gentlemen, good progress right here. Save that, and it's saying no route named that. Again, as you've noticed, we have to reload our app for that page to be registered. So to actually see if we are getting, if there's any error, this page will not even push at all. So if you push successfully, then we know that we are able to get the upsell. And even if there's an error here, we know that, or rather, there are two stages, like I said. The first one is, undo upsell requests to check if the price has changed since we started coding or since the user searched for that flight. If there's any error there, and if the error is specific to the error code that we defined here, all right, if the error code is similar to this, you know that there's no upsell request found, right? We're going to try the pricing request. Whenever there's a pricing request, we basically just, take the user to the flight details screen. And if this navigates, then we know that our API endpoint is working. There is no error at all. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's reload our app. Press R to reload. And I believe our API key should have expired by now. So let me just do that once. And you see what I'm talking about. It would have, there's 100% chance it has expired. Excellent. API key expired. So let's just, let's save this to get an API key. Copy this. And just bring these routes here. Save that. Close this. You can close your terminal as well. So let's search for flights, ladies and gentlemen. Let's search for flights. It shows all the flight details. And as you can see, these are all our flight details. And I believe I'm here to even call the main function. Okay, so this right here, copy this. Now, where do you think we are going to call that? So let's see. You know what? I think we are calling it in the wrong place. So let's just cut these two functions. Let's just save that. Go to search results. And we're supposed to pass the function here. So let's just put this right here. Let's import some of these things before we get so many. Let me bring this down for now. The selling, the spending, cut it, take it to search results. Put it right here. So that first error disappears. API token, import that. And Axios, import that as well. Import alerts in React Native. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the little refactor we have to do. So these upsell requests, we are basically going to go into our flights, render flight offer, right? In the pressable. So in this on-press, we're going to pass in this and also pass in the item that we're getting whenever we click on each individual, flight details. So this state doesn't exist, my bad. All right, so search again. So now we can click and see what. Let me just remove this. Okay, I think I need to also bring in one more thing that we might have forgotten, which is this pending. So if pending is true, let's copy this. Go to our search results. And just right here, I believe, paste this right here. Activity indicator from React Native. Save that. So let me click this and you will see things happen right now. So click this. It loads. It loads to try to find the upsell. And if any upsell exists, it takes us to the branded upsell screen. If it doesn't, it takes us to the pricing endpoint. But it seems something is taking a lot of time right here. Excellent. This was called, and this was kind of delaying the function from being called. As you can see, we have our flight details because there was no, we were unable to get the upsell offer, which is nice, which is good. Not all tickets will have an upsell offer. But if that doesn't exist, right, just call the next function, which is under pricing request. As you can see, flight offer price. And you can see the, the offer price details, which is normal. And we have our flight details string, which is just going to show all of the flight details. All right. So yes, this is what I want. And in some cases, there will be an upsell value, right? But let's just continue with our code and see what we might have done wrong here. And I believe I know where the issue is coming from, right? Yeah, let me see response data.errors. This is what we want. So let's take this back, cut this, put this right here. And let's go back again and try to call the function again. So click this again. Excellent. So our main error was having just response. It's supposed to be response data as we have here. And that is what fixed that. So in the flight details, we are going to see the design of how that looks like. How does that look like? These are flight details. This is the first section, and this is the second section. And this is the UI we'll be creating next now. And even before we do this, we're supposed to undo the branded upsell section, which is just a replica of the search results. And like I said, in some cases there will be an upsell, so we need to undo that case first before we undo this case, right? So let's just go ahead and undo that. And this will be pretty quick because we have the design ready and similar. So let's just go ahead with that. Flight details. Let's assume we don't have the branded upsell and just treat the flight details first. So first things first, right here, we need to get what we pass to this screen. So the params is going to be use local search params, and let's import that from Expo router. So we are going to obviously, the structure, flight offer price from the params, and that is what that looks like. Also, we have to pass that flight offer price. So that is what that looks like. So first things first, this is going to be an interesting section because this is the UI we'll be creating for that. All right, there's a lot of things happening here. This first section is showing where you're coming from. If there's a layover, you show the airport that you're going to have the layover. And the last section is where you are going to, and you can see all these nice icons to represent how the flight is going, and the total trip, the total amount, and the continue booking to continue booking. So let's just, move ahead with that. So let's have a flex of 1, items of center BG F5 F7 FA. Excellent. So in my view here, all right, I have a class name width of full, height of full. So we are almost into the first section. So right here, I'm going to also have another view. All right. So this view is going to say class name, justify of starts. All right. Width of full, BG 192031. It's going to be relative, padding top of 12, padding bottom of 8. Save that, and it is already coming up gradually. And I do believe we have this created earlier, so let's not just waste our time with that. So branded upsell departure. So like we did earlier, copy this. Flight details. Let me just put all of this here. Okay, pressable, bring it in. Router, bring it in. Material icons, bring it in. Bring this in, and this will be flight details. So we are here to properly close our code. So let's have 1 here, and finally 1 here. So let's see if we are missing anything that might throw an error. All right, so we have the flight details right there. Cool stuff. Look how much time that saved us. We can even turn into a reusable component at this point. So that's the first thing that we have to do. So let's just minimize this and add a dot here, just for clarity's sake. So right here, we're going to have a scroll view. And why is this not showing? Scroll view from React Native. Cool stuff. So the class name will be width of full, height of full. And also, I want to have some content container style here. I want to have the horizontal scroll indicator to be false. And it seems this was, let's check scroll view, and let's see if there is anything related to horizontal scroll view. It doesn't seem to be available. Let's just search horizontal, or say scroll. Okay, horizontal. Let's check if there's anything related to that, because you don't want to show the horizontal indicator at all. Okay. So this is it. Show horizontal scroll view. We're able to find that. So it is going to be show horizontal scroll view. But I believe we do have. So why is this still throwing an error? Let's check again. It's a boolean when true shows an horizontal scroll view. Okay. So let's just, I believe let's copy the vertical instead. And let's just close it. If it works, cool. If it doesn't, okay, I believe that is how we're supposed to use it. Cool stuff. So justifies content is center, align items is center, padding, bottom, let's set it as 200. That's the first step. So scroll view. Inside of the scroll view, we're going to have a view, and the first view class name would be padding X of 4, width of full, margin Y of 4. So inside of this, I'm also going to have another view. So just take this up. We're just going to call this heading. The class name reflects of row, justify of between items of center. All right. So inside of this as well, I want to have another view. In fact, I want to have two views, right? And the view will basically represent these two sections right here. So let's just have class name to be flex of row, justify center item of center, flex of row. Okay, I do not need this anymore. So inside of this, I'm going to have a text. Then I'm going to render past flight of dot flight offers. Pick the first item in that array. Dot itineraries. Dot segments. Dot departure. Dot IATA code. This is exactly what I want. As you can see, JFK. Let's give this a nice styling. Class name is going to be text of large. Justify of center, items of center as well. Save that. And also something related to this, because as you can see, we are rendering two, IATA code right there. So this will be what? This will be arrival, as you can guess. Arrival. But we still need, to have a divider here. All right. Probably let's just up this as this. Let's see how that works. Excellent. That works great. So what we basically just display here is just going to be, just want to render pharaohs, and this is going to be interesting because when you click it, you should be able to see the pharaohs applied to that flight. All right. So let me click this. Let me give this a nice segment. So this is the pharaohs, and the pharaohs class name basically the text of text of this. Cool stuff. Save pharaohs. That looks good. And yes, that is the first section we have to work on. So that's the edit. The edit is done. So let's talk about the first flight details. As you can see here, this section right here, let's talk about it. So we are going to say, let's have a view here, right? So this view is going to say class name, flex of row, justify of between items of center. So this class name is going to say padding y of 2, flex of row, margin y of 4, justify of between items of start, bg of white, height of 64, shadow of small, padding x of 4. So let's go to the first section. Cool. Let's close this. So for the first section, I want to have a class name that says width of 1/4. Justify of between, height of full, flex of row. And inside of this, I'm going to have another view here. This is going to say class name height of full, justify of between, width of 3/4, items of ends. And all of these I'm creating will make sense in a moment. So I'm just going to have a text here. All right, this text is just going to say pass flight offer, dot flight offers, itinerary, segment 0, then departure, then at. All right, so let's save that. As you can see, the date, right? Like you know earlier, we have to also format the dates, all right? So our date, I believe we formatted our date in, where is that? Is it the search results? Is it the search results? Or let me see, let me globally search, format, date. Whoops. I believe we had the format straighted. Okay, it was time that we were formatting then. Let me see. Okay, so we're not formatting the date. It was the time that we were treating earlier. So now let's format the dates. So let's say function format date. All right. So const date will be equal to new date, which we take in the timestamp, and the timestamp needs to exist as the parameter here. All right. So const options will now be equal to, month, which is going to be short, comma, day, which is going to be numeric, and also week, day, which is going to be of long. And all we have to do, is just have all of this. So after this, right, let's just return, date dot to local date string, and using the English language and passing the options. And why is our options throwing an error? It shouldn't even be an error at all, but it seems that was just a type error. That was a type of any. All right, so let's use this format dates. Let's use this here. Let's wrap this around it. Let's see if that handles that. As you can see, Wednesday, September 18. As you can see, Tuesday, July 30. That is what we want. Let's just give it a proper styling, and that will look good in a bit. So class name will now be text of gray 500. Font is going to be extra bold. Text is going to be of this, capitalize. Text of light, save that. Full stop, full stop, full stop. So let's just, copy this again. Put this right here. We are both formatting the date of the arrival and the departure. So arrival. Also, as you can see how that looks like, Thursday, September 19. This is when they pick. This is when they land at the first section, right? So we are almost there. Let's just sort these sections out and this section as well. This card will be reusable. It will be the same for this as well. So we just need to, copy and paste it so we don't code that again. So height of full, let's minimize this. So let's have another view here. All right. So the class name is going to be width of 1/4. Justify of center, items of center. So after this, we are going to have a view right here. And this view basically have an octagon icons. The name is going to be dot view, not primitive dot view. Size is going to be 24. Then this is going to be FF4800. Let's save that. As you can see what that dot looks like. Cool stuff. So also want to have a view here. The class name is going to be border left of 2, border left of 2. Then the border color is going to be FF4800. Height is going to be of 17%. Cool stuff. I don't think anything is showing for now, but let's just forge ahead. So after this, excellent, as you can see it right there. So after this, just underneath of this, I want to have another opticons. Put this right here. And also this, for this will now be 10%. Excellent. That is basically what I want. So that is the first section done. For the second section, to also have some interesting things. This is what we'll be having in the second section: the airport, the time, the type of the tickets, economy or first class, and this information right here. This is the second section. So let's go ahead with that. So class name is going to be width of 2/4. Space y of 4, height of full, justify of between. Then there's the view here. There's the text here. We have a class name here, font of extra bold, text of this. All right, so all we have to do is also format the time, right? So let's just format time, which we don't have right now because we add the function somewhere else. Let me see if I can export this right here. Okay, it seems I can't. Let me just copy this. And just put this right here. I can as well just create a reusable component out of this. in the utilities, but let's just keep that as it is. So inside of this, I'm going to say past flight offer price, then the first item in the flight offers, and also the first item in the itineraries, then the segment, the first item in the segment as well, and also the departure at. Cool stuff. So save that. You should see my timing right there. Pretty straightforward, nothing fancy. So I want to have a text here as well. And the text will be text of base. I'm going to call it font medium. Let's just leave that as it is. So past flight offer price dot flight offers, itineraries, segment, departure dot IATA code. That's exactly what I want, but it's not looking great. We're going to fix that in a moment. So after this, I need to have the airport as well. JFK airport. And next is showing the airline. All right, so let's just minimize this. Let's minimize this. And inside of this, all right, we're going to have, we're going to have a text. And the text is going to say class name is going to be text of gray, 500, font of extra bold, text of this, then capitalize. Then inside of this, you can guess what we are going to put here. Past flight offer, then flight offers dot itineraries, then dot segments arrival, not arrival, but business name instead. Business name. Save that. And it doesn't seem to exist a business name. Okay, let's just move ahead so we don't. So I'm just going to say airlines, and there should actually be an airline name. All right, there should actually exist an airline. Okay, some cases the airline name is not available. So let's just forge ahead. So let's only fix it to the class name is going to be text or gray, 500, font of extra bold, text of this, then capitalize it. Then inside of here, I would say past flight offer, then flight offers, the first item there, the itineraries, then a segment, then the CO2 emission, CO2 emissions. If it exists, then dot cabin. All right. As you can see, economy. Then we are going to just M class. Right here, economy M class. Cool stuff. We are almost there. We've sorted this out. Let's sort this so that this section can move up and we can have this right here. So this will be similar to what we used earlier. So we can as well just copy this and put it right there. Save this. Cool stuff. So this section would be arrival. All right. Arrival is 805. and the airport stays the same, but also this will be changed to, this will be changed to arrival. Let's copy this. Let's put it right here. LHR airport. And yeah, I think that is all for that. So from JFK to LHR airport, the timing, right? We need to sort the last section, which is displaying, this code and the hours. So let's just sort that out right away. So the third section, I believe, and like I said, this is going to be reusable for the last part of the code. Third section. So for the third section, I'm just going to have a view right here and another view inside of this. This class name is going to be width of 1/4. Height is going to be full. Justify is going to be between, and you see this push to the left right away. So in the first view, I just want to have a text. And what would the text say? Past flight offer. Past flight offer dot flight offers dot itineraries. Then dot segment. There's already a pattern to this, so let's just put the carrier code right here. As you can see, this is the carrier code. So for the Starlink, class name will be font of extra bold, text of base, text of right. That is pushed to the right. Cool stuff. We are making good progress. So after this, we are going to also have a text here. All right. I want to basically calculate the time differences between this and this, right? 8 p.m. and 8:05 a.m. As you can see in the design right here, 6:10 a.m., 8:10 a.m. The time difference is basically 2 hours, 0 minutes. So let's just, let's first show the timing that is currently displaying. Then flight offers at itineraries. And also segments. Then dot departure. Then dot at. All right. So this time, let me show the second time so you can see. So this time and this arrival. So these two times, we want to show the time differences between them. All right. So let's just go to the top of our code and say, let's create a function called calculate duration difference. All right. So take in two important things. As we've indicated these two things, so we take in, what's the first one? Departure time and arrival time. JavaScript 101, creating a function passing the parameters. All right, I don't want all of these values here. So I'm going to say const departure. In fact, I can even accept all of this. Seems Copilot is way smarter than I thought. So const departure is going to be new date, departure time. Const arrival is going to be new date, arrival time. Then the differences, the duration, arrival minus departure, cool. Then hours, math.flow, then the duration. Then I think there is a slight mistake. So the duration will be divided by, or it is the reminder that will be passed in here. So let's see. Okay, 864. Then how many 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yep. So these two, we need to wrap it inside of this, then divide this by 36. All right, this is basically what I want. So this also, it needs to change duration, the reminder, then this will be 86, then divided, another reminder also, then this will be just 60,000, I believe. Yes. So basically, I'm going to return the hours and also the minutes, right? But I want things to be better. All right. So let me just have a tilde here. All right. So I'm just basically going to say the hours. Oops. The hours. All right. Then I'm going to have an HR here. Then I'm going to have the hours also. If hours is not equal to 1, then use the seconds. And let me just remove this S. Else an empty string. Then also the minutes. Then the minutes. All right. Then the minutes. If it's not strictly equal to, if it's not equal to 1, then use S. Remove this then. Or pass an empty string. All right. These are just type errors which you can basically fix with proper styling of the type. But yes, so this is what that would look like. Fingers crossed this works as expected. So copy this, take this to the section right here. Whoops. So we're going to pass in this first section here. So cut this, remove the first curly braces. Put this here, pass in a comma because it takes into important parameters. Cut this, put this here as well, and this error should disappear. Ladies and gentlemen, let's check our time difference. Save that. As you can see, 12 hours. I mean, 8 p.m. to, 8 a.m. That's exactly 12 whole hours. Good stuff. And as you can see, we are not showing the seconds. That's why you have this 5 minutes displaying here. We're only showing the minutes. So that is that about that. So moving on, let's start the text, right? So class name, font extra bold, text of base, text of right. Save that. I should see our time looking good. So also want to indicate if there is a layover, right? So let me just minimize this. So in case there's a layover at any point in the flight, so I'm just going to say past flight offers itineraries.segment. If the length, right? If the length is greater than 1, then I want to show you a particular text. Else, I just want to show null. And inside of this, we are going to be showing this design right a layover than this particular section. So inside of this, I'm just going to say I want to have a view here, which is very important. Then inside of this view, I'm just going to say class name is flex of row, which is going to be full. Justify is going to be a between. Then text is going to look like, okay, class name, text of this, width of full, font or semi bold. And we're going to have a text of layover right here. Full stop. So the other text we have here is going to be, let's fix that. I'm basically going to say first flight offer, then flight offers the first in that array. So in some cases, you have to pass it in yourself. So let me copy this. Dot segments, then also the first item in that array, then dot arrival dot IATA code. Let me remove these two dots so it doesn't throw an error. So save that, and that should show any moment from now. Why is that not showing? Arrival.IATA code. Let's just move ahead. And let's have our airport text right here. Okay, seems our text is getting cropped out of that view. As you can see, airports. So let me just have a border right here. And why is our text now going beyond that? Let's give it a style then. Text of this, font of semi-bold. That shouldn't be going outside of that view at all. Okay, so let's say we have, okay, we made a mistake here. This is not supposed to be full. This is supposed to just look like that. And let's remove the border. So past flight offer price, we're checking the flight offers, the first in that array. Then itineraries, cool, first in that segment as well. And yeah, it seems there is no layover at all. So that is why that is not showing. So let's sort the second flight details here. We're just going to change some things, and that will be pretty fast. So copy this. This will be second flight details. And let's just put all of that here. We're just going to refactor some of these things here. So save that, you see that section here as well. But the values needs to change, right? So the second flight details, we are first going to do a check, right? Before we even render this at all, we are going to say past flight offer and the flight offers, the first in the array, and also if the itineraries, let me just copy this. If the itineraries, if the segment.length, LTH, I believe. If the length is greater than 1, then that is when I want to show this particular code base. Else, just show no. All right. So I believe I have 2 here, and this shouldn't even be here as well. Okay. Is that all? Seems to be showing. So let me pass in something here. So cut all of this. Cut this here. And that error should not show now. So it seems we have the second section of the flight. That is why this is still showing. So let us continue working on the code. And let's just scroll up. This will be segment 1. All right, so save that. You see that change to Thursday, September 19th. And, let's change the other section as well. This will be 1 as well. Okay. So So all of this stays the same. All right. All of this stays the same. As you can see in the design, this section and this section look similar, but it seems our icon is different here. All right. That's not an issue at all. Something we can always come to later. And all you have to do is just change this to dots. That's fixed that. So moving on, I'm going to have this change to 1. And you see the value change right away. And also this segment will be 1. You can see that change as well. And the airlines, are we still going to be using the same airline? Yes. Well, let me check if there's that. Okay, there's not section for that. And for these, are we changing the user seat? No, we are not. So let's move ahead. So most of these things basically just, changing the values. And you can see how fast this is. And yes, to the last part of things, this will be 1. And also the segment here should be 1 as well. So 2 hours, 8:15 to 11:30. Is that also 2 hours? Okay, yes. I mean, according to the calculation, it shows 2 hours. But it's supposed to be more than that, I believe. So anyway, let's just move ahead and minimize the second section. The third segment. Okay, the second flight details is ready. And all we have left is to show this section, the total trip, and also, the ability to continue the booking and the price. So let's handle all of that. So underneath of this, I'm going to say trip total. Then have a view here. View here. And this view is going to say class name, flex of row, width of full, justify of between, padding y of 8. I'm going to have a text here. The class name is going to be text of large, font of semi-bold, trip total. Cool stuff. So let's have another text here. Let's have another text here. Fast flight offers dot flight offers dot. Okay, this is supposed to be the not USD, but the the calculation of the total trip. So this, I'm just going to remove all of this to detail itineraries. Then segments. That's what I want to have there. Oops, I made a mistake. Okay. So let's just head to fixing or creating a function to calculate the total trip duration. So it seems this is an array and we are rendering it wrongly, as you can see. So let's go to the top of our code and say function calculate trip duration, and it's going to take a segment as a parameter. So I'm going to say let total duration is going to be 0. So I'm going to use a for loop right here. And we are going to say let I be equal to 0. I is less than segment dot length and I plus plus. And why is this showing a funny cannot declared block scope variable I? Okay, it should look like this. So const departure time is going to be new date, then segment takes in the I variable and departure.at. Then arrival time as well will be new date segment, then I arrival.at. Good. Thank you, Copilot, so far. So const segment duration ms will be this minus this, basically. So the total duration time is going to be plus equal to segment duration ms. Now to the next section, we're going to say total duration hours is going to be math.floor. Then it takes in total duration milliseconds, this divided by 1000 multiplied by 60 multiplied by 60. And also total duration in minutes to be math.flow. Then this takes in total duration ms. Then with a reminder, 1000 multiplied by 60 multiplied by 60 divided by 1000 multiplied by 60. This is basically just JavaScript. So return. Then we are going to return this kind of timing, right? So total duration hours. It takes in HR as the hour to display after the hours. Then total duration hours, if it's not equal to 1, then use S, else an empty string. The total duration minutes, then have min, then total duration is not equal to 1, then have S here, else empty string. Cool stuff. So let's just use this here. Take this, then go to the bottom of your code. Have this here, then pass in what you passed in here. Excellent. So let's just remove this. And we have to, I'm pretty sure our API key would have expired. So let's just, uncomment this, save this to get our new API key or API token. So let's just replace this with this. Let's just comment it out. Let's close all these views. So flight details, discover, search for a flight, New York to Paris. Click the first one. Then you can see the total time duration from 8 p.m. Wednesday, September 18th to 11:30, September 19th. This is the total time it will take for that flight. All right. So let's just move ahead with things. Even though I think that timing is wrong, this seems to be correct. 2 hours, 0 minutes, 1 hour, 15 minutes. This is 3 hours, 15 minutes. But looking at this, 12 hours plus 2 hours, this is 14 hours already. So our timing is not properly done. But I'm just going to leave that for now. I'm not going to go back to that JavaScript calculation. Sounds like a little fix. So ladies and gentlemen, to the last section, I want to show the price here and the continue button to take us to the next screen for the user to enter their traveler details and stuffs. So inside of this, I'm going to have a class name, flex of row, width of full, justify of between, bg of 192.031, padding y of 4, padding x of 4. So inside of this, I'm going to show just a text, and the text is going to be parsed flight offer Then dot flight offers, take the first item in that array. Then itineraries. No, I don't want itineraries at all. In fact, I want the price dot currency. If it is strictly equal to euro, right? Okay, these need some fix. If the price dot currency is euro, then as you can guess, we're just going to show the euro icon. Else, we're going to show the dollar icon. Then also a space in between that. Let me cut this, put this right here. Then finally, past flight offers. Then flight offers dot price dot grand total, not just total, grand total. So save that. You should see the price right here. Let's just give it a styling so we can see it. Class name is going to be text of large, font of semi-bold, text of white. Save that. You should see our price right here, 121 euro. And finally, right here, let's have a pressable. This has been a long way coming, but we've made so much progress so far. Good job. Oops. So class name will be BG of, 12B 3A8. They are rounded of, rounded of full, padding X of 8, padding Y of 1, or let's say 2. Then I think items of center, justify of center. Right here, let's display, the text first. So at least you can see what we are styling. So let's say continue, continue booking. As you can see our button right there, we can scroll up to see it properly. Continue booking. So let's have this here, class name with text of small, font of bold, text of white. That is what that looks like. Rounded of large instead of full. Prefer the button right there. And padding Y of 3 maybe. Yes. So justify items of, let me have an item of center here. So this and this is at the center. Cool stuff. So let's just go to our pressable and pass in, an onPress. And what does this onPress do? It doesn't just go to the payment section alone. You have to add the part name, and the part name is not payment, it is traveler details. Traveler details. Let me take this up, and we have to pass in the params. All right, params, and this is flight offer price, and we have to also, stringify whatever we're passing across the params. And ladies and gentlemen, that is what we need to get this button to take these specific flight details to the next screen. We collect the user information basically right here, their name, their passport number. Then we show them all the details they've passed if they didn't make any error. And basically we book the flights, and voila, we are done booking of flights. All right, so let's sort these traveler details section. So right here in my app, I'm going to have traveler details.tsx. I think it's a single L. So React Native functional exports. Cool stuff. So let's just close this tickets, save this. Nothing much is happening there. So flight details. It's probably tell you that this screen doesn't exist now. Here you can see. So just reload the app. Reload the app so you can register the screen. Discover. Let's search for flights. So we get the flights, several flights. Let's click on this. Then we scroll up. We are comfortable with this pricing. Click on continue and it takes us to traveler details. And the traveler details is where we are going to, like I said earlier, create this section. It's just a form collection. It takes little amount of time compared to where we're coming from on what we have done. So let's just get started with that right away without wasting any time at all. So like always, let's just go to our flight details. We need our header, our favorite header. Let me just minimize this. Let me copy all of this, copy this, put all of this here. And before you scream at me, let me see, let me put pressable router.back, takes us back to the previous screen, material icons, material community icons. This will be traveler details, not flight details. Traveler details. Cool stuff. So let's sort these out as well. You can agree with me now that since we've used that in a couple of places, we might need to make it a reusable component. But that is part of the things you do after you've completed your coding. You kind of just refactor things, make things cleaner, drier, by not repeating yourself and stuff like that. So let's just go ahead with the traveler details. And as you can guess, we're going to also have a scroll view under this scroll view. This is a scroll view. So this is what we'll be implementing: phone numbers, email, date of birth, gender, first name, last name, and the likes. So ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with that. So right here, I'm going to say show horizontal scroll indicator to be false. Horizontal or vertical? I think it's vertical. I think it's vertical. Content, oops. Bring this up. Content container style is going to be basically align items to be of center, justify contents to be of center, then padding bottom to be of just 200. Cool stuff. So inside of this, let's have a view. All right. So inside of this, we're going to have a class name flex of 1, items of center, pg is going to be F5, F7, FA. Very straightforward. Width of full, width of full. So for this section, we're going to be using formic to handle the form and the likes. So at the top of my code, I'm just going to import formic from formic. Thank you, Copilot. So basically formic. So let's move ahead. So inside of this formic, it's going to have an initial values, right? It's going to be 2 objects like that. And we are going to have the ID to be our an empty string. Date of birth is going to be new date. Oops, let's bring this up. New date, then 2024, 3/14. which is the default date we'll be passing as date of birth. Gender is going to be selected gender, which we are going to create up here. So Copilot, do your thing. Selected gender, use state, and it's going to be an empty string, I believe. Expected a comma right here. Okay. So name is going to be an object like this. First name and last name will be inside of the name. Cool stuff. So the document as well, document is going to be an array, right, of objects. And inside of that document, you have, apart from the document number, also the contact of the person, right? So the number is going to be an empty string. The issuance date is going to be a new date, 2024-3-14. Expiry date is going to be new date, 2024-3 and 4. Issuance country is going to be, let's say, selected country. And all of this thing again that I'm writing is exactly in, this section right here. As you can see, these are some of the things that I'm implementing right here. I'm basically collecting the traveler details, all right? And it's nothing serious, right? It's just collection of flight details and also the user details that will be boarding that flight. And this just makes the app really dynamic because you don't want to be passing a default value to it every time. Probably you want some uniqueness to it. So selected date is also important, or issuance date rather. So issuance location also has to be selected location. I'm going to create all these variables or all these states very soon. Nationality also needs to be selected nationality. Birth place has to be selected birth place. Document type is just going to be an empty string. Then the order is definitely going to be true, right? You can also give the option to change this as well, where you can have a toggle, right? Just like how we have a toggle right here to toggle in between if the person is the order of the password or stuff. But yes, there are several things to do. So let's just move ahead with things. So after the document, we also have a comma here and have the contacts, right? It's going to be an object. I'm going to say the purpose of the travel is going to be selected purpose. All right. Then phones is going to be an empty array with an object. Device type. Device type is going to be of mobile. Country calling code is going to be an empty string. We're going to collect that information. Then the number itself, we are going to collect that as well. So moving on, we want to have the email address just after this section. I'm going to call this email address and going to be an empty string. Cool stuff. We still need to create, most of these things that we specified in the document section. All right, so let's just minimize the initial values and, create the validation. Whoops. Again, let's minimize this. So validation validation schema is going to be validation schema, which we are yet to also create. All right, so let's just go and create those values first. And let's see. So the first one, selected country, selected location, selected nationality, selected birthplace, selected purpose, device type, polling code, selected number, selected email address, document type. I don't think we need all of this. Let me just remove some of this. So the only thing we need is birthplace. But we don't need all of this because we don't need all of this. All right, selected purpose is also required. So some of these, I'm going to pass a default value to them. Selected purpose will be, standard. Selected gender will be males. And the selected country would be Spain. The location would be Madrid by default. Nationality, Spain. And the birthplace will be Madrid as well. That's the default values that I want there. All right, so let's go ahead and create the validation schema. So we're going to say const validation schema yup.object, and let's just okay. So this is how it will look like for now. Let me import yup as well. Import all as yup. All right. So the ID I don't need to is not required. The first thing I want to say is date of birth. Date of birth. Date of birth. Is this 0? Okay. Date of birth. It has to be also capitalized like this. Okay. I even have my date of birth here. Oops. Why am I bothering myself creating that again? So date of birth is required. Gender is a string and it is required. And I have to pass in the text and say gender is required. Name, first name is required, last name is required. That is how that works. So for the document, this is what that will look like. And so let's close this up. So document is what we have here. So yup.object.shape, number is a string, document number is required. Issuance date is, let's just have this as string is required. Issuance date is required. Expiry date is also string is required. Expiry date is required. Issuance location is also required. Issuance country is also required. Order, birthplace 2 should be, I think birthplace should be required as well. Birthplace is required. Then order is a boolean. Order information is required. So let's just move ahead with things. So after this, I'm going to have the contacts. Yup.object.shape. And this is what that would look like. And let's see, is that complete? No. Let's just have this here. All right. So save that. And you have the validation for the contact as well. So the purpose is a string. Purpose is required. The phones, yup.array, and that's of yup.object.shape. Device type, it is not required, but the country calling code is required. The number is also required. Then email address is also required and must be of type email. So dot email, and if there's any error with the email, it shows invalid email. All right, our validation is set, and we are ready to display the forms. We still need an onSubmit, right? So let's just go ahead with things. That is why this quickly line is showing, because every form must have an undo submit. So on submit, you see that error disappear now. Okay, let me minimize this. Where am I having my on submit? Okay, this is this. Anyway, so on submit is now going to be of values. Okay, so on submit is basically going to take a curly braces, then an arrow function. All right, so I'm going to say const converted. I want to convert the values and say this is strictly, or this is equal to, we are going to first spread all the values that we are getting. All right, then I'm going to initiate this as ID of 1. The gender is going to be selected. Gender. The date of birth is going to be values dot date of birth, but I want to format the date instead. All right, and let me just go to the top of my code here and just quickly create a format date. This is different from the one we use normally. So I'm just going to return basically date dot to ISO string dot split. All right, so format date, copy it, then right here I want to put this inside. Let me remove this, cut all of this, and after that there, cool stuff. So after this I want to have the document, and it is going to be values.document.map, but it's going to take the doc as the parameter. All right, so I just need to close this off like this. So spread all the docs whenever we are changing the values of any item in that array. And why is this showing this error? Let me show this. Let me put this like this. Excellent. So issuance date is going to be format date doc.issuance date, then expiry date as well, doc.expiry date. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the first section of our form. And once we start setting up the form, it will be pretty much easy once you start doing that, because we've already set up all these undo submit, all this validation, even the initial values, we've set it up. We are not going to have any issues with things. Let me just see, everything is complete. So while still inside of the onSubmit, let's start bringing up everything we need. All right, so inside of this, I'm now going to open a curly braces, and also then I'm now going to have this, but with a view like this. I believe this should not throw any error at all. So this view, we have a class name width of full, padding x of 4, space y of 4, padding y of 4. So inside of this, I'm going to have several things like undo, change. I'm going to have undo, submit. I'm going to have the values. I'm going to have the errors. In case there are any errors, also set field value. All right. So first things first, our phone number. All right. So let's have a text. Text input. Nope. Input field. Excellent. So we have to create a reusable text input field in our component. Let's just head to our component pretty quick. So component text input field .tsx. And how would that look like? Basically, React Native functional export const text input field. And this is going to take in some parameters like label, value, on change, text, placeholder, and the error. All right. So we can as well see everything is ending. And we can just have that as any there, or you can basically just define the types or interface above this, but I don't want to waste my time doing that. So class name is going to be width of full, space is going to be y of 1, padding bottom is going to be 4. The class name for the text is going to be text of large, font of bold. As you can see, this is what we are trying to create. This reusable component. All right. So font of bold, text of gray 700, and we have the label here. So text input is going to have these following properties. Let's see. The value will be value, the unchanged text will be unchanged text, placeholder will be placeholder. I don't want this style here at all. I want the class name, order of 2, padding y of 4. Padding y of 4, rounded of extra large, order of gray 500, padding x of 2. Full stuff. Then I also want to have a placeholder text color of gray. All right. So if there is any error so far, if error is true, then I want to show just this text with the error passed in and the text rate of 500. And ladies and gentlemen, this is ready. Let's just save this. And let's go back to our code. Let's import this. And let's pass in all the necessary parameters that we need. So label is going to be phone number. Value is going to be values.contacts.phones. First item in that array of phones.number. On change text is going to be undo change, then contact.phones, then the number. Cool stuff. You can see the advantage of using reusable components. Placeholder is going to be enter phone number. Errors is going to be errors.contact.phones. And firstly, we have to check if it exists, right? Errors.contact. If it is true, that is where we want to show this particular error. All right, so let's see if we did something right. So contact number, okay. So fingers crossed, if we save this, that we should see our first form right here. All right. So Copilot is going to help us generate the rest. So let's have email here. Scroll up. And we have for the email here. So label is email address, values.contact.email address, and the change contact.email address. Placeholder, enter email, errors. If errors.contact is true, then errors.contact.email address. Save that. We have our email address ready. And also we have our first name. So Copilot, thank you. Let's save that as well. We have our first name there. We have our last name. So let's generate our last name as well. These things are pretty easy to create. We don't need to spend time creating this one by one. Copilot is there to generate this for us. And if you don't have Copilot, you can basically just go through the process step by step and just create it. But since I have that, I'm just going to work with that. Last name is also there. Cool stuff. So I have another section here called the document section. I just want to have, a text here, or a view rather. And this text will say document section. All right, so this view is going to be class name of width of full, padding bottom of 4. The text will be class name, text of XL, font of bold, text of gray 700. And you should see what this document section look like. All right, so let's treat the document number. All right, it's also going to be a text input field, nothing special. So save that. You see the document number there. And also I want to have a section for contact. You might be wondering, we are not collecting all the information, but trust me, we are going to go and create those reusable components for that. That is the picker fields and the likes, contacts. So the purpose is going to be picker field, right? But the country calling code, oops, let me bring this up. Country calling code. There's also going to be a text input field, right? Label country calling code, values this, unchanged this, that. Enter calling code. If errors is true, then just read the error like this. Save that. Country calling code. All right. And after this, we can basically just, call this toggle and also the submit. Let's create the toggle before we now go back to undo all of these date pickers, all of these, date pickers and stops. So let's just go underneath of this. Let's have a view here. Class name is going to be flex of row. Items is going to be center. Then let's say gap of 2. Then we are going to have text right here. The text is going to say, are you the holder of the passport? It's a question with a question mark. And we are going to use React Native switch. All right. And it's going to be a self-closing tag. the value is going to be values, those documents, then order. All right, so if you save that, you see what that looks like. All right, so my text, let me give this a proper styling. Class name is going to be text of base, font of semi-bold, padding right of 2. As you can see what that looks like. So we can toggle in between on and off. So let's just go ahead with things. Let's create our button too before we now finally go back to go and create those date pickers and segment pickers. So right here we are going to have a submit button. All right, so this is going to have a view, and this view is going to have class name width of full, justify of start, padding top of 8. Then pressable, and inside of the pressable, I'm going to just have, I'm just going to have with text, and this is going to be submit. Pressable class name will be DG hash 12 B3 A8 rounded of large, justify of center, items of center, padding right of 3. Put the button right there. You can see how that looks. Class name for the submit is going to be text of white, font of bold, text of large. Save that. And I can even increase, my padding white to 4. So that looks really big. And when I click on this pressable, I expect it to submit that data, right? And that is what that would look like. Let me see if this needs to be an arrow function. All right, so if I click on these, you should see several ones that, okay, this field is required, this field is required, this field is required, and so on and so forth. So you need to fill all of these sections unless you cannot proceed. Cool stuff. So let's go back to fix some of these. So date of birth, let's create our reusable date picker. So just underneath of email, we have date of birth. So let's go to our components. Our components, we are going to create date picker fields.csx. React Native functional exports date picker field. So let's import date time picker rather from React Native community/date picker. So it's going to take some important properties: label, value, on change, and error. All right, let's just have a type here that says any. So inside of this view, I'm going to have a class name. I'm saying justify of center, items of start, padding bottom of 4. All right. So the text here will just be of, label, and the class name is going to be of text of large, font of bold, text gray of 700. Cool stuff. So underneath of this, I'm going to have date time picker, and I'm going to pass in all of these values right here. The value is going to be value. The mode is going to be updates. On change will be on change, or rather undo on change. So const undo on change. So just have this as this. So this is going to be undo on change. Cool stuff. Or we can even call it undo date change. So being very descriptive. Undo date change. The display is going to be default. And also the theme variant is going to be light. Alright, so after that, if there's any errors, just show the error like we did in the previous component right here. There's no point creating that one by one again. Alright. And one of the reasons I just, use Copilot is I want to actually teach you new things, not basically creating or typing the code out for something we have already learned previously. So why bother recreating all of that? So event and selected dates is the properties of this undo date change. I'm going to say if selected date is true, then const fixed date is going to be new date, then selected date. Cut this, then put this right here, but cut the fixed date. Oops. Copy it rather. I put this here, ladies and gentlemen. And that is not even all. Fixed date dot set hours to 12:00, and that is what that will look like. So whenever we select this date, this is what we want to happen. All right, so let's use our date picker. You are going to see that we're going to use it in several places. This is one, and yeah, so let's just go ahead with that and use it in our code. So just underneath of the email, date of birth. So let's have date picker fields. Label is going to be date of birth. Value is going to be values.date of birth. I hope I didn't import anything I didn't want there. Okay. So going back, this is what that would look like. On change is going to be taking the date as a parameter and setting field value for the date of birth. Simple as easy. So we're just going to have errors as errors.date of birth. So save that. Should have our date of birth here. We can pick, any dates that we want. Our date of birth. Can pick any of these. And let's say 1990 June. And yes, 1990, and I can pick 23rd, all right, or 7th or 17th, 25th, and the likes. So that is what my date of birth would look like. So underneath document number, I'm going to have issuance date and expiry dates, which is similar to the date we just created. So let's create that right away by saying I want to have, I'm going to explain this in a second. So I'm going to have a view, flex row, gap of 4, this picker fields. Label will be issuance date. Value will be value.documents.issuance date. Then on change will be set field value to documents.issuance date, and the date. Error will be error.document, errors.document, issuance date. I will close that off. Then another date picker for expiry date, basically same thing as this. So let's just save that. And just under the document number, as you can see, issuance date, expiry date. And I just like to justify between and items or center. I don't need a gap anymore because I already have justifying between. So this is my issuance date, and if I select it, I can say, okay, 1st of April and 30th of April. And you can see how that looks like. All right, so all you have to do is just choose our picker field. That is to select the country, to select, the gender and the likes. So right in our picker field, let's save this. Instead of our components as well, let's create a picker field. That's TSX. React Native functional export. For the picker field, it has similar, so we have the label, value on value change, options, error. All right, let's just have this type here as any. So what are we returning? Class name, width of full, space, y of 1, padding bottom of 4. So the class name here with text of large, font of bold, text of gray 700, and we have our label here. Just fill this up. So that is the first step. We're also going to have another view here, and we are going to use React Native picker select. Let's just import it right away. So import React Native select from React Native picker select. So it takes you some important properties. Value will be value, on value change will be on value change, and items is going to be options. Very good. And finally, our errors. If errors is true, then just show the error right here. Cool stuff. Save that. Let's go back to our traveler details and render our picker by going under date of birth. Where is our date of birth? So under this, we're going to have our gender. And right here, I'm going to say picker. Picker field. And what are the values is going to change? Value is going to be selected gender. Label is going to be of gender. On value change is going to be value, and hopefully we can even have undo gender change right here. Cool stuff. We still have to create that. Options is going to be label is going to be male, and value is going to be also male. And it seems we are doing something wrong. Okay, this is supposed to be an array. This is not object. It's supposed to be an array like this. And why do I have two here? I only want one. So the second one would be, label. Oops. Let me just copy and reuse this. Copy this. And this is going to be female. All right. So if there's any error, right? Error is not going to be errors dot gender. If it is true, then errors dot gender. Cool stuff. So let's undo our undo change function so we can be able to select that. So let's just go to the top of our screen. Very quick, const undo gender change, set selected gender to the value. So we are using the first setter here, which is basically going to set the value of the specific gender we selected. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost there. So our agenda is ready. Let's just save that. Oops, I made a mistake. And that mistake will cost us to go and call the API again. All right, so save that. Okay, thank you for not taking us back. All right, so select the gender. I don't think this is how this should show. So select the gender should be like this. Let's just check what we did wrong. Picker field. It's coming from React Native picker field. So let's check our picker field again if we missed out something. I think we missed out some styling here. So class name is going to be border of 2, padding y of 4, rounded of XL, border gray of 700, padding X of 2. Save that. Our agenda should look like that. Let's choose 500 for the gray instead. All right, so that is that about that. So back to, let's close our date picker. Then our traveler details, the gender is ready. All right, the gender is ready, and we can select to pick any gender. As you can see, male or female. We select male, that is assigned here. Select female, it is assigned here. We are almost done. Let's see what we are still missing out. So we have the phone number ready, the email address ready, date of birth ready, gender is ready, first name, last name is ready. For the document section, our passport number is not ready. Okay, I believe this is supposed to be passport number, not document number, but it still works the same way, right? So let's just check if we are doing the right thing. Document number, so this is supposed to be passport number. So this is going to be passport, not password. And this number, document number. So passport number that has been changed. So enter passport number. I want to be descriptive as possible. Enter passport number. Cool stuff. So we have the issuance date and its expiry date as well. All we have to do is, we have to contact, the purpose is not there yet. We have to pass in the purpose. And also the nationality, birthplace, and document type. So these are picker fields. So we can reuse the picker field that we have created here. So let's just copy this. Let's go to the bottom of our code. And again, what do we say we will be creating? After issuance date, the nationality. Okay. So the issuance date, after this, we want to create our nationality. All right. So this is going to be similar to what we've created so far. So the picker field, then value will be selected, nationality. Let's just close this off for now. Label is going to be of nationality. All right. Our value change will basically be, we're just going to use an arrow function right here. So we're going to set the selected nationality. That's the first thing. And also set field value to, documents, then nationality, and we are just going to set the value. Then the value, okay. Yes, that is what that looks like. So basically, we are setting it here and also here, just for clarity's sake, in case this doesn't get updated live, or this doesn't get updated live. But yes, that is what that looks like. So for the options, we're going to be showing a list of countries. And whenever you select a list of countries, right, it shows the specific states or regions in that specific country, right? So that way we're able to like, okay, if you select Spain, you can only select Madrid, Barcelona. You can't select New York because New York doesn't exist in Spain. All right, so let's bring in the JSON for that. So I'm just going to drag and drop a JSON in my utils. I'm going to call it countries.json. And I'm going to leave this, I'm going to leave this JSON in the description box below. Let me just drag and drop it very quick. So this is what that will look like. Countries with several objects. We have USA, the code is US, the states, these are the states in US. And also we have Spain, the code is ES, and the states, these are the states in Spain. So I was not able to find an API that will provide this structure. That was why I just created this JSON to just use that. So back in my traveler details, I'm going to say I want an options field, and this is basically going to say countries data. I believe I need to export it out. All right, so I'm just going to say countries data. Let me try to import it. So let me just go to the top of my code and say import countries data. This is coming from //. It's coming from utils, then countries.json. That is exactly what I want. So where are we? So countries data, right? Dot countries dot map, and we're going to pass in a parameter which is country, and it's going to be an arrow function, and the label is going to be country.name. Value is going to be country.code, not alpha2 code, country.code. So whenever we pick any country, the values is stored here. So let's just see how that looks like. So nationality is Spain by default. Can select USA, and it says value doesn't exist. Oops, that was a mistake. Selected nationality. Should it be selected country? Okay, I believe we have country. We also have nationality, but I think, why is that showing an error? Let's see. Let's copy this. Selected country. Selected country. Where are we? So we are here, 273. So I believe this is issuance, issuance country. So this is going to be selected country. This is going to be issuance country. On value change, we are going to have this as undo. country change. And we're going to set to the value. We still need to create this undo country change. Let's just have this as issuance country. All right, the value is selected country. On value change, we need to pass in the value. I think that's the value that it says was missing. All right, so let's create that undo country change. So as you can guess, to be similar to what we already created earlier. So just create that. Const undo country change async, and basically I just want to set selected country to be of that value. I don't want all of this. I don't want all of this here. So let me just pass in the value and probably type value, save that, and let's go back to our code and see if things are working as expected. So any year as well, and let's save that. So if I select USA, click on done, yeah, so this value was missing before and we fixed that pretty quick. So let's fix the location as well. Issuance location. We're also going to be using our picker field. Label is going to be issuance location. Value is going to be selected location. On value change is going to be set location, set selected location to value, and set field value is going to be document, the first section in that document, then the issuance location to be value. Cool stuff. So options is going to be label, but not this at all. We are going to be picking from the countries, data dot countries, then dot find. What are we going to find? We are going to find the selected country and match it with the country in the JSON and basically show its states, right? So if you select USA, we are going to match what was selected with the name, right, or the code, and we are going to render the state inside or that exists inside of that country and render it as our state right here. So find, let me just bring this down so I can clearly see things. So right here, I'm going to have an arrow function that says c.code. Let me have the C here. Then c.code. If the code match exactly to our selected country, then what am I going to do? Then I want to render. Then I want to, render. Oops. I want to render the states dot map and also pass in the label as state.name, value state.name. So basically, I'm first finding whatever selected country we select, and check if the code matches any of the code right. If it matches, then just show the state, map through it, then render those values, right? So let me just have an empty array right here. So it seems there's a bug somewhere. Let me cut this out. Okay, I'm not done with this, so I'm just going to have this as this. So save that. Each child name should have a unique key. Okay, so this doesn't really matter. Let's just close that. Save that. Okay. So if I select, let me select Spain. And what we're going to see here are just the states. Okay, this is undefined. Let me try USA. Seems we are missing out something. It says undefined as well. Then it seems this our option still needs some refactor. First things first, we are not going to have an array here. It's just going to be an object. All right, so let's save that. And it seems we are missing out something here. Countries data dot countries dot find. All right, then states dot map. We're mapping all the states. And why is this throwing an error? Really? Let me have the error here. Error. If errors dot document exists, then just show the issuance location error. But we still need to fix these up. All right. So let's fix this bug pretty quick. Countries data dot countries dot find. All right. This it takes in a C parameter. An arrow function c.code is strictly equal to country, selected country. Then this dot state dot map. Then it takes in a state, also an arrow function. Then it takes in this label, of course. Then label is state, not state.name, but state rather. And also value is just state with a comma, then curly braces, then 2. And I can't seem to find the error right here. We need, look at that. That was just a comma issue. Let's save that. And yes, that is what was causing the error. So this should be able to render all the, state in USA now. That was just a comma issue. So select Spain. And this is not where that's supposed to exist. Let's just check again. Let's cut this out. Let's put it right here. So it should be outside of that. Cool stuff. Traveler details. And yes, our selection works. Once we select Spain, we can already select states in, Spain. And finally, our nationality. All right. Nationality. Nation. Nationality. Then we have a picker field here. The label is going to be nationality. Let me just close this up real quick. Value is going to be of selected nationality. On value change, something we've done several times. We do not need to bother or spend time doing that. All right, set fit value. And this is not just going to be document, but the first item in the document, then dot nationality. And also passing the value that we are setting to that field. Cool stuff. So for the options, it stays the same just like we've done earlier. Countries dot map, then label is country.name, value is country.code. All right, and if there are any errors, then just pass in the necessary errors. I'm just going to say birth place. Then close this off like this. So this is not supposed to be nationality, but birth place. So this is going to be dot nationality. All right, so we are almost ready. Let's save our nationality and see what we have cooked. So nationality, you can select either Spain or US. All right, so let's move on to final one, which is birthplace. Seems that I've said the word final 2 times now. But yes, let's sort the picker field for the, for the birthplace. Save that. And yeah, that should wrap up everything regarding our field. So let's check again. So we have nationality there. We have birthplace there. We have document type. We don't have document type yet, but purpose and country code, you don't have it yet as well. So let's just sort document type, and the purpose, and we are good to go. Close this. So document type. So also a picker field, nothing special. We've done it several times. Document type, label, values, document type. We are now, whenever this change, set this to, document type, options, passport. This should be cap locks or capitalized. Then this should be visa. And document type, save that. So the document type, you can pick either passport or visa. All right. So finally, I said purpose while under contact, right? Purpose. So also a picker field. So this is also our purpose. And the purpose is either standard or, diplomat. So copy this, put it here. So undo purpose change is what we need here. Undo purpose change, pass in the value. Then go to the top of your code and create that function, const undo purpose change. This is an asynchronous function, takes in the value and sets the selected purpose to be of the value. So you can see our purpose right here. Either you're a diplomat or it's just a standard purpose. Cool stuff. This should wrap up everything we need to create. And our form field is ready. All we have to do is just sort selecting of the values. And let's try to click on submit. And you see we need to enter all of these fields. That's a long one, but that is what it takes to book a ticket and all. So let's just sort the functions to submit these traveler details. And let's just go to our undo on submit. We are still here to use our converted data. So let's just say const flight pricing. We need to structure our data in a particular way so that the API can process our data. So pass flight. We are still here to pass our flights. Okay, so let's just go to the top of our code and let's just say const flight offer data or price. That will be price, and this is going to be params All right. And where is params coming from? Params is coming from use local search params. All right. So let's pass the flight of our price and JSON.pass. We're passing the flight of our price. Okay. So let's just use this, copy this, take this to this section, put this right here, and instead of the past flight of our price, I want to pick the flight offers, right? That is the only thing I want to pick there. And I'm going to say if flight pricing is true, then router does push. Where are we pushing to? Part name, let's specify it. Not payment, but flight booking. Flight booking, and also params is going to be flight offer price, and also let's restructure this properly. Traveler data, and also flight pricing. So JSON.stringify flight pricing, JSON.stringify converted data. So we still need to have this. So let's quickly create a flight booking screen. So let's just create flight booking, that's TSX, React Native functional exports. Okay. So let's just save this. And fingers crossed, our data is taken to the flight booking. If we try to submit, everything shows is required, right? So all we have to do is pass in the phone number, on 6, let's say 0584. The email address, tech rated there at gmail.com. Select my date of birth. Can as well choose any date of birth, right? Let's see 2020, 2006. Gender is male. Tech rated. Passport number 01234567. Issuance days, let's pick 1st of April, and it expires 30th of April. Country Spain, Madrid, yes. I can even pick USA. Let me pick USA. Issuance location, California. Nationality is USA. Birthplace is Alabama. Document type is passport. Country calling code, I think, is 1. And if I submit, it says the screen doesn't exist because we are still here to load or register our page with a reload. So I believe our token should have expired too. Let's just get a new token. So right in our utils. So just save this. get a new token, copy this, then put this right here. Then this, you can comment it out. Oops. So save that. And let's search for another wonderful flight. Search. All right, so click the first one. Let's continue our booking. Let's enter our information again. Country calling code is just 1. So submit, and we're taken to the flight booking because all the details is present. All right, so the next screen we'll be working on is, displaying this user information, right? You might ask, why do we need to display this? But we are also doing some interesting formatting, right, in this screen. So we actually need this screen to format the data, not only to display the data, and attach some things while sending to the API. And trust me, after this is the last screen we're going to be working on, right? So let's just render all the information we have here, and just proceed to submitting that booking. All right, so let's get started with that. Let's go back to our flight booking, and let's render all of those informations right away. So to begin with this screen, let's just quickly go to our traveler details and copy some of the reusable components we used to use. So copy this, bring this here, and this is going to be called what? Let's check. Flight booking screen. Let's just say booking screen. Booking screen. And let's just report some of these items. Pressable. Router. Material icons. Then let's just minimize this. Let's bring in a view here. And let's save this. You can see our booking screen right there. So underneath of this, I'm going to have a scroll view from React Native. All right. So show horizontal or vertical scroll view to be false. And as always, I'm just going to have content container style, align items to be center, justify content to be center, adding bottom to be of 80. All right. So inside of this, I want to have a view. And inside of this view, I just want to have a class name here. So the class name is going to be width of full, padding X of 4, padding Y of 4. And the text, is going to be traveler details. Save that. Give this a proper styling. Class name, text of XL, font of bold. Cool stuff. So after this, let's have a view. And this view is going to have class name of justify between items of center. And basically what we're just going to render is just these informations right here. All right, so let's just create a reusable component to just render all of this. So at the top of my code, I'm going to say const render text full stop. So view, view, And the parameter here is going to be label and value. So in my view here, I'm going to say the key is going to be the label. All right. The class name is going to be items of start with or full. So the text, all right, is going to be class name, text of semi-bold, capitalize, font of extra bold, text of large, padding Y of 2. And these reusable components will be used everywhere we are rendering traveler details. All right, so render the label, create another view here, then call this class name, padding Y of 2, border of 2, border of gray 500, rounded or large, width of full, padding X of 2. All right, so let me have another text here, and this text is basically going to render the value. Let me pass in the properties for the values or the class name, text of bold, text of base, width of full. That is what I want for my render text. But even before I can render anything, I need to bring in my, and it seems I forgot something important. Okay, let me just bring in my spending right here. So copy this, put this right here. Let me bring in activity indicator and spending too. Let me bring this in, copy this, bring it in right here, then bring it in like this. Cool stuff. Then let's bring in our, our params. Let's see, copy this, copy all of this, put it here, copy this. Then I'm bringing in two things from the params, right? The traveler's data, and the flight pricing, because that was what we called it when passing it from the, let's check again from the developer, traveler details. You can see this is what we call it, flight pricing and traveler details, right? Flight pricing and traveler. Is it data or details? Let me check again. Data, right? So that's correct. Data. So I'm going to say past traveler's data is going to be JSON.parse, and just pass the traveler data. So create this one too as well. So just pass it. Cool stuff. And let's just go ahead and render that. So in under our text right here, inside of this view, we're now going to say render text. First name with past travelers data dot. Let's try the email first. So we actually track. So this is going to be contact.email address. Save that. And it seems we have an unexpected character. Okay, so let's check if we're actually stringifying things here. Yes, we are. Okay, let's just console the log. What we're actually getting. Travelers data and this. So comment this out. You know what? I'm just going to add an optional here. Oops, that took us back. That is definitely what I do not want. Let me just fill all the remaining fields and I will come back to fix whatever issue we might be having. So render text. I want to have date of birth. What's the next item? Phone number. Let's check the birthplace. Render text. And this is going to be birthplace. So that is what that looks like. Although this is not exactly what it looks like. So document. And this is going to be birthplace. All right. So the document type. This should be passport number. So document number. And I'm just going to say number right here. Then let's also have, let me add an optional here as well. Then we also have the expiry date. All right. Then we also have the issuance country, issuing country. This is going to be issuance country, I believe. So also, on the end of this, the issuing date as well. All right. And we can actually render all of this if we actually, getting the right data. So in our traveler details, even before we push, right? So before we push, let me just comment this out. And right here, I just want to console.log the converted data and also console.log the flight pricing. All right, so bring this up. So let's start the process again. Book these tickets. All right, click this to go to the next screen. Click on continue booking. Enter the phone number, address, email address, date of birth 2024, star 9, select gender male, first name Tech, last name rated 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Issuance date is 1st. Expiry date is 30th. And some of this information I can leave them as it is. Type is passport. Country calling code is 1. To submit, to actually see what we are passing to the next screen. So converted data contact. Yes, so we are passing everything necessary we need to pass. All right. So what seems to be the issue why our component is not rendering everything properly? So our flight pricing exists, all right. Then router.push to flight booking, then params, travelers details. Let's see if we have a typo there. Travelers data. So it's not only traveler, it's travelers data. All right, so converted data, flight pricing, and all. So this should work. So click on next. Excellent. That works. And that was just the typo we added there. So for the phone number, our phone number is not showing. And we can check the data and see what we call our phone number. Where is our phone number there? So phones is an object, right? So phones. Okay, phones. Oops. Dot phones. Right. Dot, I believe dot what? Where is it again? And it doesn't really matter what we are. It's not necessary that we display everything. Here. So even the phone number, I can just, comment it out. Anything that is not showing for now, just comment it out. And just save that. These values are enough. Let's just go ahead and, confirm this booking and get our flights sorted. So after this view, I want to have another view. So this we have a class name, width of full, padding X of 4. So we are going to have a pressable here. All right. So pressable, class name, BG of, I think we already have some of this, but let's just, go ahead and create it. 1, 2, B3, 8, rounded of large, justify of center, items of center, padding Y of 3, width of full. Then this text here is going to say confirm booking. Save that, and you have my button right there. So this is going to say class name, text of white, font of bold, text of large. Cool stuff. Let me just say margin Y of 4 to separate that. All right. I can even increase this to 4. Cool stuff. So when I press this, I want to confirm the booking, right? So on press, I'm going to confirm booking. And I don't have that function created yet. I have to go and create that function. All right. So let's go to the top of our screen. And see, all right, so const confirm booking is going to be looking like this. So first things first, set is pending to true, but this is not what I want. I don't want to just set timeout. I want to process the data as well. So I'm going to say past travelers data.id should be equal to past travelers data.id to string. Let's convert the ID first to string because that is what, the API expects, right? ID has to be of string, as you can see. So let's just continue with that. So I'm going to say const request data is going to be an object. And if you check the documentation here, Let's go to flight booking. I think it's flight create orders. So the body, as you can see, this is the traveler details. And these are some of the fields that are required to be able to complete this order, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and create some of these things. So data is going to be an object, and I'm going to say the type is going to be flight order. Flight offers is going to be past flight pricing. All right, the travelers is going to be an array of past travelers data. Then the remarks is going to be an object. Then general is going to be an array, and it's going to have an object inside of it. I'm going to say subtype. Subtype is going to be of, general underscore miscellaneous. The text is going to be online booking from incredible viajes. All right, that's all for the remarks. So let me just minimize this. Under remarks, we're going to have ticketing agreement. This is what that will look like. So option is going to be delay to cancel, and also delay is going to be 6 days. After this, I'm going to have contacts, and contact is going to look like this. So basically the name of the agent, I believe. So I can just go here and go to, let me just copy all of this. So contacts, let me just replace everything here with this contact right here, because it's basically same thing will be passing to them. All right, you can of course prefill this with the agents of a person making the booking, but I don't want to go through that process. That seems like a long one. So after all of that request data, let's now fetch, right? So let's fetch based on these provided data. Bearer, your bearer token, and I'm going to explain all of these in a second. So fetch is going to be https test.api.amadeus.com/version1 shopping / flight orders, and again everything is here. All right, so it's going to be, the method is going to be post, headers is content type application JSON, authorization is going to be bearer. I need to make these like this, template literal, then call these API token. All right, so the body is going to be JSON string file request data. Then I'm going to say then response is going to be response.json. Also then data, and I'm not going to just stop here. Let me see. I'm just going to say then create an arrow function, right? Then create an arrow function. with data as the parameter. All right. And say const booked data is going to be JSON dot stringify the data you're getting. Then you now pass that specific data, that's the booking confirmation. And we're going to say part name is going to be booking confirmation. And also the params, we still need to pass the params. So booking data is going to be booked data. All right. So that is what that looks like. Let me just type this properly. And if there is any error at all, I can just say catch the error that might occur. And just console log it for the user to see. All right, so save this, and this shouldn't have any bug at all. So basically, taking the traveler details data, right? We are setting it as the flight offers, as the travelers here. You can check the documentation. You see that the travelers is what we are collecting in our screen. And the flight offers, we need to pass in the flight offers. All right, we need to pass the flight offers as the past pricing. So that is what that looks like. And ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start calling this API and take the user to the flight booking confirmation screen. But we don't have our booking confirmation screen ready. So let me just go to my app. Let me just create booking confirmation.tsx React Native functional export. This is going to be of booking screen or booking confirmation. And I actually need to, before even going, let me check if our booking is successful. So console.log book data, so I can know that there is no error here at all. Booking details. So book data. So before even going at all, let's just console.log our booking details. So let me just confirm booking, and it says resource not found. Booking details. The targeted resource doesn't exist. Why doesn't it exist? And if there's any error, set this to pending. Set this pending to false rather. So I don't think we can click that anymore. So it says, what was our error again? The targeted result doesn't exist, status 404. So let's just check if we are doing the right thing. So version 1 shopping. Okay, so we made a mistake. It's supposed to be booking, not shopping. Booking version 1, as you can see right here, it's supposed to be booking / flight orders. And as you can see, booking / flight orders. And this is what that API endpoint looks like. So let's just reload our page and just submit that information all together. So our API must have expired as well. So traveler details, close this. Go to our API, hotels API. Uncomment this. Get the API key ASAP. Replace that with this. Copy that again. Copy. Replace that with this. Comment this out. Save this. Now let's start booking. Discover. Search. And I think I'm console-logging the book details right here. Anyway, so click the first one. Continue the booking. Pass in the necessary values. Booking, and again check our code, and it says invalid format. Then we need to actually go to our traveler details. Then we need to actually go to our traveler details and make sure that we are passing flight pricing as our flight pricing here, right? Instead of that past, flight offer data, because we already extracted flight pricing here. So why extract it if you don't pass it here? So if you save that and go to our flight booking, just at the top, where are we? Where are we supposed? In the request data, let's remove this right here. And bring up our code and even activate the router so that it takes us to the next screen. And just takes us to the next screen automatically. So let's sort our values here. So set is pending. So we also need to set it to true. We also need to set it to true when calling that function. All right. So let's click on confirm screen. It says network request failed. And why is that? Why is that failing? We've sorted everything from our end. I just hope this is not from the API. And stops. Let's see. Let's go to our home, but our API shouldn't expire now. Let's check. Yes, our API is still active. So search results takes us to the branded upsell screen. We click on this as well. Then it takes us to the next screen, confirm. So let's check once again. Voila, we are able to confirm that booking. And if you check your console.log, and it says, booking error, invalid data received, passport expired. All right, so let's fix that right away. Passport expired. So April 30, 2024. That is correct. Our passport has expired to 2027. So we probably need to make a check here. If the error fails, we do not need to go to the next screen, booking confirmation, right? So let's click on next, confirm booking, network request failed again. Let's try this again. And let's just quickly pass in our check right here, response. And the response is true, else, just push if there are no errors, all right? Cannot find response, or rather, data.response. So save that, discover, then search. Once again, let's go to reprocess once again, and fingers crossed this time everything goes as smooth as we want it to go. So this branded upsell, it is similar to the search screen, and you might say, okay, we didn't implement this, but it is basically the same thing. And if you check the branded upsell screen, it is basically the same thing. The only thing I changed here was this API endpoints, just this section alone, as you can see. So this under press, basically this section alone, right? And I'm going to be leaving the code in the description box below, and you can access that. So branded upsell. Let's click on continue. So as you can see, something is happening with our data, and you can see our data went successfully, and our booking details is this. So ladies and gentlemen, we've been able to book our ticket. All we have to do is render the last screen, which is this, and show our ticket information and the price and all. So let me just quickly sort that out. So let's see how our design looks. It also has this nice header. So we can as well close flight booking, branded upsell. Let me just copy this header right here. So I can just copy all of this. Let me just copy all of this and head over to my booking confirmation and just replace everything there with this. And the spending, I don't want it there anymore. Let me import view. I have imported that. So pressable should take me to home because we have booked our, our tickets. We shouldn't be able to go back again and book again unless we want to start another process. So let me just try one more time. Let me just import router first so I can, use the, okay. So take them to the tabs. So material icons, booking confirmation, material icons. I don't want this there at all. Then minimize this. Oops. So and that is what that would look like, the booking confirmation. So fingers crossed, save that. We have our booking confirmation. Now let's start rendering our flight details. All right. So first things first, let's, get our params from use local search params. And, we can say cost booking data is equal to params, because if you check here, this is what our booking details look like, right? So let's just continue with our code. Then pass booking data, json.pass booking data. All we have to do is basically just render all the information right here. All right, so let's just continue with this. So after this, after the width of height, after all of this, I'm going to have a scroll view from React Native, and I'm basically going to have show vertical scroll view to be of false, content container style is going to be of double object like this. So align items is going to be of center, justified content is going to be of center, padding bottom is going to be of 200. So inside of this, let's have a view. So inside of this, let's have a view. And this view is going to say class name is going to be width of full, padding X of 8, justify of center, item of center, padding Y of 8, height of full, right here, we're just going to have, a font or some icon, and his name is going to be check circle, and this is going to be of 80. Font awesome from Expo vector icon, I believe. So save that. You see that icon right there. Or this is not the icon I want, or the color I want instead. I want 1, 2, 3, A8. Save that. That is the color I want. And basically a text also that says congratulations, your ticket purchase successfully completed. Good stuff. So this is going to have class name, text of large, text of center, font of semi bold. Cool stuff. So all you have to do is just render this, and this basically. So underneath of this, I'm going to have another view, and this view is basically going to say class name is going to be weight of full, padding y of 8, shadow of large, bg of 1, 2, b3, a8, rounded of large, padding x of 4, margin y of 4. Save that. You see what that looks like now. So inside of this, I'm going to have a view with a text that says past booking data, then data.id basically. So as you can see, this is the ID of our tickets. Just give it a nice styling. Say text of white, text of base, font of semi bold, padding bottom of 4. And you can even make this large to make it really big. So also we can even make this justify or center items of center, right? Let's take these a notch higher, 2XL. Is that supposed to be small? That's supposed to be big. Okay. Anyway, moving on. We are now going to say if past booking data does data dot flight offers dot map, if that is available, then let's render some interesting things, right? So we are going to render an arrow function. All right, so we are going to bring us two things: flight offer, and also the index. All right. So yeah, we are going to have a view, and inside of this view, I'm going to have the key to be of index, and the class name will look like this. And inside of this, I'm going to say a flight offer dot it narraries dot map is true. Then I want to render some things, right? So I'm going to say, can I use some of this? Nope. Let me use my own code base instead of. All right, so key is going to be equal to I. Class name is going to be space y04. So right here, I'm going to say I want a view. And this view is going to say what? It has a class name of margin bottom of 6. And also it has a text. And the text is going to say class name of text 5XL. Font semi-bold. Text of white. All right. So we need to actually pass itinerary and also I here. So there is no errors with that. Save that. Let's just see the format for now. All right. So inside of this, I'm going to say itinerary, then segment, the first segment, departure, then .IATA code. Let's save that and see that. As you can see, CDG, that's the first IATA code. So let's show the second one as well. Let's show the second one as well. So itinerary segment dot, maybe not the carrier code, but you know, the arrival dot IATA code. Copy this again. Remove this. Then I'm going to say if this actually exists. Whoops. If this exists, right, use this, else just use again if itinerary.segments, the first one in that array exists, right, use the first one, else just use the initial one. So save that. As you can see, LGW, cool stuff. And my text needs to be of 5XL. So underneath of this as well, I'm going to say view. So the text is going to say class name is going to text of is, font of semi-bold, text of white, and I'm going to say total is going to be flight offer dot price dot, first things first, let's render the currency, flight offer price dot, grand total. Okay, so let's save that to show the price. Total is 83 euro. So let's change this to large so they can see it very well as well. Padding top of 2. Cool stuff. We are almost there. So we need to render this, maybe not, and this button as well. So let's just render the button and just, we've been coming a long way. We do not need more, no need to write more code than we should if they are not important. Anybody can easily add that QR code. So let's just say pressable. And inside of my pressable, I'm going to say class name, width of full. Then I'm going to have a text here or says go home. Full stop. So let me just start it properly. Cut this. Have this here. So our class name will be BJ. One, two, B3, A8, standard of large, justify of center items or center, padding wire of 3, width of 4. Then we have on press. This is basically going to take us to tabs, right? So go home. That is what that button will look like. Let's start the text as well. Text of white, font of bold, text of large, then padding white of 2. So the button to go home. So ladies and gentlemen, we are done with our confirmation screen. So ladies and gentlemen, that is all we need to book our data. So if you click on home, we are taken back to the screen. And as you can guess, we need to show the tickets that we have, that we have already booked. So, and to do that, all you have to do is just, when you are getting this data, right, you are going to send it to Supabase and basically attach the user ID as well that is currently logged in, and also just, so the main question now is, how do we get these tickets that we've already booked and show it right here? So that is pretty easy. All you have to do is set up the Supabase and have your user register, so that whenever they book the ticket, you basically take their user ID and attach it to the booking details, then send it to Supabase. And basically, when they log in back or in their home screen right here, they basically see the tickets that they've already booked based on their own booking. So all we have to do is, first things first, let's set up a folder right here. And we are going to call this store. This is going to store our user session. All right. So right here, I'm just going to say use user store .ts. I'm going to say some pretty interesting thing. Interface. I'm going to be using toStand. And this is going to be really fast because it is nothing special. We've done it in my previous videos. If you don't know where that is, just basically check the link in the description or the card showing up to see how we set up these, store. So session also is going to be session else null, set session, that'll be void. If user is logged in, it's going to be a boolean, and set is logged in to be this. This is the interface, right? So import create from toStand and import persist and create JSON storage from toStand middleware. Also import async. Also import async storage from React Native async storage. And finally, import session and user. This is going to be curly braces instead of an array. So have this here. from at at Supabase JS. All right, so that is what that looks like. So let's just export these and say export on user store. And basically we're going to create this and say, let's not even do this at all. Let's not type it here, but instead, once you come inside of here, we're going to say persist. We're going to persist by passing in the user store that we created earlier. And also, it's going to look like this. So we're now going to pass in an arrow function inside of this. This is going to be a set. So this is going to be user. This is going to be null by default. Session is going to be null by default. Is logged in is going to be false. Is setting of user right. Then also is onboarded. I believe I do not have that set right now, but okay. The set is set session 2, as well as set is logged in, which is a boolean. Set is logged in. And finally, let's have a comma here. We are going to say the name of our store is going to be user store, and this is going to be storage, the small letter, and this is going to be create JSON storage, but being an arrow function or async storage. Cool stuff. So why is this throwing an error? I believe because we need to just use this. Excellent. So this is how our user store will look like. So this is set up properly in our index, in our app, in our index, the welcome screen. We have to duplicate this to serve as our welcome screen. So copy this. Paste this. So rename this to welcome. Oops. Welcome. All right. So inside of our index, we're going to clear everything here, right? It's still the same process, but we want to make sure the user is properly logged in before they can even book the ticket, right? Because in normal booking system, you have to register and stuffs. So inside of my index, I'm going to bring in some things, right? I'm going to say const, session is going to be use user store, right? So let's just import that. So I'm going to say if session doesn't exist, then return, I want to bring in a redirect from Expo. What are we going to, or where are we going to redirect to? We're going to redirect to the welcome, right? Or login rather. But if it does exist, then we are just going to take them to our redirect. Also redirect href to the tabs. All right. We do not have this login created yet. All right. But we can even, redirect them to the login for welcome screen for now. All right. So let's remove this. So let's refresh this. And if we refresh our app, let's reload it. It will take us to the, welcome screen because obviously we are yet to log in, right? So let me just go to my welcome screen. And instead of this just taking me to the tabs. Let me undo it to take it to login. All right. So inside of my code in my app, I'm going to create a login. I'm not going to bother about registration and stuff, but I actually do need to register as well. But I think we can handle both here. Login. So if you go to your browser, you go to supabase.com, where we copy this initial documentation, and you can have this right here, right? Accounts.tsx, where you can log in and register and stuff. All right. So I'm just going to copy all of these and use it. So component auth.tsx. So copy this in my component. So I should call this auth.tsx, auth.tsx. So put this right here. So what this will look like. So let me just save this. Then in my, let's say, login or account or wherever I want to have that, I can say in my account, let's say my login, right? Let's say this is login. And I hope everything is imported properly. If a session exists, you're supposed to get the profile of the user. But I think this is for updating the profile. Let me close this welcome. I think this is this is the auth we need. So put all of this here. So this is supposed to be the login. And this auth component, we don't really need it. Let's just open this. Our auth. So let's just delete this. We don't need our auth in the components. So right here is where we are going to register and log in. Some interesting things going on here. The setting of email, the password, sign in with email, sign up with email, and some other things as well. Password, sign in, sign up, the styles. So basically, we just have text input of email, text input of password, and the likes. So Supabase, inside of our lib, we are here to import our, Supabase URL and Supabase unknown key. So if you go to our dashboard, this is where we're going to get our URL keys. And we are doing all of this because we want to be able to track all what the users have, booked so far. So let me just create a new project. And project name is going to be booking. Password, other options, choose my own password. Okay, that doesn't seem to be strong enough. Okay, so that's that. Create a new project. Okay. Create a new project. And I'm going to walk you through the entire process of, creating a new project, creating a database and stuff, save the password. And this is what you will see when you create that project. As you can see, this is the sidebar. And also the project API key. So this is our unknown key. If I copy this, I can put this here. Okay, this is not my unknown key. So this is my unknown key. This is my base URL. This is my base URL. I can put this here. You won't be able to use this because this is for me personally. and I'm going to delete the project after releasing the video so you don't, overuse my database. So let me just save this, and our login is pretty done. And I think we still need to do something, although we still need to do something. There's an instruction right here about creating the database. So SQL editor, let's go and do that. So if we go to SQL editor right here, you are going to see quick starts, user management startup. So just run this. It's just a set of rules to create, users. So if you go to database, you'll probably see profiles here. So just give it, as you can see, profiles. And if you open it, again, you see ID of UID, updated art, username, full name, avatar URL, website, and the likes. So it is this ID that we need to actually create or attach to that booking of every user, right? That is why we are doing all of this. So if I just, reload the app again to register the login screen. And also, I think I also need, after signing in with email, I need to actually get the user's data and save it in our store, right? So let's click on Discover first. And this is how our sign up looks like. Nothing fancy. This is just a default Supabase whatnot. But if we go back to your Supabase, whenever a user registers, right, you don't want them to be getting a link. In our own case or in our own purpose, we don't want to be going to our Gmail to verify the account and stuff. All you have to do is just go to your Safari. I believe that is under settings, API. Is it API authentication? Is it authentication? Let me check. Integrations. Nope. Let's check. Let's check authentication and providers. Okay, so email is enabled. So we have to tick this off, confirm email. You don't need to confirm email, and stuff. So, again, go to authentication, go to providers, click on confirm, tick this off so that whenever you register, we do not have to, go back to our email to go and confirm any necessary step. So let's just minimize that. And before we leave here, I actually want to set some things so that whenever we log in, we save that user session in our database. All right. So right here, I'm going to say data, and I'm going to say, all right, if data dot session exists and data dot user is true, then I want to set session to be data dot session. Let me import my session at the top of my code here. I'm going to say const set session, import this from our store, also set user. Cool stuff. So also let's set the user right here. All right. So once a user sign up, we want to show an alert. Let's just cut this. Put this here. If error is true, show that errors. Let's go to see registration successful. Login now. So let's see what else we need to do here. All right, so let's sign up and let's say third created at gmail.com. Gmail.com. Password And let's just sign up. Let's sign up and see what happens with that. And nothing is, and it says, please check your inbox for verification. Registration successful, login now. Okay. So if you go to your database, right, and you just, view in table, you can see the user we just registered right now, right? As you can see, this is what we want. And, I can register another user, but passing so let's just log in now, email and this thing. So let's just log in. Email not confirmed, interesting. But I thought we set it that. Let's go to our Safari or authentication. And it's, as you can see, it says waiting for verification. And I believe we turned the verification off earlier. Okay, confirm email. Save. We didn't save it last time. We already confirmed it. So if I go to my authentication, I can see these are waiting for authentication or verification rather. So if I minimize this and register again and say this is Grace or this is Billy. This is Billy. So sign up with Billy. Really successful login now. You see the new user here any moment from now. If I just refresh this, okay, reload. As you can see, Billy, login has been verified. She doesn't need to register again or confirm her email. So if I just, sign in straight up, nothing happens, but something is supposed to happen. Okay, after successfully signing in, I need to take them to, router.push to tabs. Bring in router from Expo router. So let me sign in to take me to the tabs, all right? So not now. So I can basically just pull, my user information in the tabs. Let me just close this. So in my tabs, in my index, let's see the user information that is logged in that we set earlier. So right underneath of this, we can import use user store. So let's just render the user. So console.log the user information right underneath of this console.log the user, and you should be able to see the user information, right? So as you can see, this is the user information that we already set. So it is now our job to pick the user ID and attach it to the booking information. As you can see, we have the email here, we have the ID. So this ID is what we are going to attach when making the booking. All right. So, if I update this to be, let's go to our database. Then we need to go to our SQL, We need to run a function here to create the table for our bookings, understood? So let's just go ahead and do that right away. So to be able to save the user's booked information to Supabase and fetch them back, all you have to do is go to, your Supabase, go under SQL editor and, paste this command right here. This command will basically, create a bookings table with all of these columns like ID, airline name, arrival city name, departure city name, user ID, data, dictionaries, and created at. So let's just, run this. Success. If we go to our database, you see our bookings, right? And if you check here, it has 8 columns, and these are basically the information that will be rendering here. If you check this, it looks similar, right? So you have the airline name. This is the airline name. The arrival city here. Departure city here. The data, which is all of this. And yes, so let's just, let's just go ahead and save the user information to Supabase. So right here, so let's head to our booking confirmation. Let's copy this. We need something here, which is the user object. Copy it. Now close this, close the login, close the user store. Then in booking confirmation, right here, just put this right here and just, import that. So we're going to be using the user.id, right? So we are going to be creating a variable. We're going to say cost, or a function rather, const enriched. We're going to call this enriched or enrich booking data. All right, and this is going to be an asynchronous data or function rather. Pardon me, it's been a long time coming. So this is going to take the booking data as a parameter, and you're basically going to say const enriched data is now going to look like this, ... We're going to spread the booking data, and also the user underscore ID will now be user.id. All right, so this says this as any, just pass this as this. All right, it says user is possibly null, and let's just have this as this. So you make sure that this field in your database, right, matches what you have here. As you can see, it seems we also made a mistake right there. So edit column, this should be user underscore ID. So save that, user underscore ID. So it matches exactly what we are setting here. All right, so let's just save this for now. So underneath of this, we're going to say we want to fetch the airline name, right? But we have to first extract the carrier code, right? And this is going to be coming from booking data.data.flight offers.itineraries, then segments. All right. Then also carrier code. All right, so if you console log the carrier code, you're going to see the carrier code, and also the departure code is going to be booking.data.flight offers itinerary segment departure.iata code. That's the second thing we want to fetch the full information for. And the final thing is the, const arrival. Oops, that was a long mistake. So const arrival segment. This is going to be booking data.flightoffers.itineraries.segment. And we are going to be booking, and we do not necessarily need to specify the array. All right, so let's just sort the arrival code as well. So this is the arrival segment. Let's sort the arrival code as well, which is going to be arrival segment, then arrival segment dot length -1, and also arrival dot IATA code. And if any of these values are available, we want to fetch their airport names or stuffs like that. So let's just first set up the function to fetch that. So at the top of the screen here, I'm going to say const fetch airport name is going to be async, and it's going to take in IATA code. IATA code. And I'm going to say try and catch something. If there's any error, console to log the error. So this is going to be const response. It's going to be await fetch. Then I'm going to pass in a tilde here. That's it, https tests.api.amadeus version 1. Reference data, then location. Subtype is going to be city, comma, airport, and keyword is going to be IATA code. Then underneath of this, I'm going to have just the headers method. I don't need to specify the method. The authorization is, Vera API token, save that. So const response, we need to actually, const data will now be await response.json, and finally return the data. And if data exists, basically just return, data.data. Or if data and data.data exists, then just pick the data.data. Name, right? So we're going to do the same for this as well. So copy this. So this is just for the airport name. Want to fetch the airline name as well. Airline name. It is also going to take in the carrier code. Carrier code. All right. So let's just have an any here as well. All right. So reference data, slash location, subtype. Actually, this is not going to be subtype. Let's just fix all of this. Reference data slash airline, as suggested by Copilot. And again, if you go to your Postman, you can fetch, an airport name by, basically going to, I think, airports, yes. So this, you can fetch by keyword or by ID. So this is basically what I'm doing, right? Setting these keywords, country code, and stuffs. So let's check airline codes and the carrier code. And also this is now going to be return data. If data is true and data.data is true, then return data.data, then this is going to be business name. All right. So how do we use this? So basically, once we get all our booking data, right, in the final screen, we have to fetch the airline name, the airport name, package those information together with the booking data and also the user ID, take it all to Supabase, store it, and whenever a user logs into their own app, we basically now render their specific tickets in this section. Cool stuff. So let's just go ahead and do that. So underneath of this, I'm going to say if carrier code exists, right? I'm not going to say enriched data dot carrier name or airline name rather. Airline name. It is going to be await fetch airline name, and we are going to pass the carrier code. The same thing we are going to do for this section as well. So if the departure code is intact, right? So we are just going to say enrich data dot departure airport name. Basically, as you can guess, what we are doing here, we're basically just manipulating what we already have set up here and adding these items to them, right? So enrich data dot departure city name is what we want, I believe. City name. So await fetch airport name departure code. And finally, right here, so if the arrival code is true, this code is true, right? then enrich data.arrival city name, then fetch airport name, and finally, as you can guess, we are just going to return, enrich data, which contains all of these values. All right. So let's just call this function, right? Enrich booking data. So we are just going to say const save booking data to Supabase, and this is going to be await. We're not going to say enriched booking data. We're not going to pass the past booking data to it. And I think we are making a mistake here. We need to properly define our function. So async is going to look like this. Now pass this inside of this cool stuff. So we're going to try things first before you even, catch the error. We need to catch the error. They are very important. So if there are any errors, console log the error. And so we are basically storing everything inside of, we are basically fetching it here, but we need to also store it somewhere. You cannot just, let's just say const enriched booking data is going to be assigned to await enriched booking data. So this is now what we're going to send to Supabase. We're going to say const, if there's any error, then gets the error. Then this is going to be await Supabase. And this is going to be from bookings, then insert the enriched booking data. And if there's any error, if any error exists, just, consider log the error and let's see where the error is coming from. Let's be descriptive very well. So we are going to say failed to save booking data. Save that. All right. So I think we are done. All you have to do is just call this function, right? So immediately the user goes into the booking screen, we know basically that booking was successful. We have to save that. Immediately the user enters, the booking screen. We don't need to have them click a button before we save that information. We have to automatically save that ourselves. So use effects, save booking data to Supabase, and first things first, you have to check if user.id exists. Then we are just going to, that is where we are going to save this. So cut all of this, put it right here. It's possibly no, all right? So I have to pass in the user.id and also pass the booking data. So this runs once. And yes, I believe that is all we need to do. So automatically, once we, get into this confirmation screen, we'll basically just send that information to Supabase, right? So let's check anywhere we are consider login for now, so we don't get too much consider login. Let's remove this. So let's copy this, remove this. The flight offers, before you leave here, remove this, save this, search results, okay. So remove this as well. So this is an error, we need it. So consider log the flight pricing. We know that our value is being passed properly. So just save all of those. Consider log the user. We do not need the user here at all. So remove all of this. Save this. All right, so just close all of this. Close all of these. Close this. close this. And let's go to our API key because that would have expired a long time ago. So let's just minimize this. Save this. And yeah, this is a new API token. Copy this. Put it right here. Oops. I didn't make a mistake right there. Okay, we made a mistake. We copied the incorrect token. So put this right here. Bring this down. Put it right here. Save this. Now let's go through the process again. Paris to London. Search. It takes us to the search screen where we can see several results, right? So clicking on this first flight, branded upsell, we get the various packages for this branded upsell, just 3 results, right? And you can take this further by displaying the full packages of this individual branded upsell. So you can see the flight details, continue booking, submit this, then confirm the booking. And you can see purchase successful. As you can see, we have all our data here, but we don't seem to be getting any error regarding Supabase at all, which definitely means our data might have successfully saved. So go to bookings, go to the database, and view in tables, and it seems we don't have any value saved for now, which means we are not having our value saved for now. Something is wrong somewhere. Failed to save booking data. Okay, could not find the Arava City column name of bookings in the schema card. So Arava City name. Let's edit this. This is supposed to be Arava City name. Okay. Edit column. This is supposed to be Arava City name. In a camel case, sort of. So departure city name as well, I believe. So departure city name, let's go to our booking. So enrich the booking data. All right, let's check our booking as well. So Areva city name, departure city name as well needs to be like this. Okay, so let's just edit it to match each other. So save this as well. What else? You have the departure code there. Airline name as well. Copy this. This needs to be airline. So save this. Excellent. I believe this should be all for now. So for our, instead of this, go home to, let's just use it to call our function for now. So let's just copy all of this. Copy this, take this up. So bring this down. take this up. So instead of go home for now, let's change this to save. So we can save our this current booking. We can save it. So first have this here. So save. And let's save again. So let's click says fail to save booking again. Failing row contains null message, null column in airline name of relation violates non-null constraints. Okay, it seems we have some of these fields as null. So let me just edit that pretty quick. So it seems we are fetching the right airport names, right? But we just need to airline name of relation, airline name. So this airline name, it can actually be null. It can actually be allow nullable. So save it. So let's just minimize this. And let's try to, save again. So it's refreshing. It is going to recall the function again. We don't even need to save this at all. So nothing is happening for now. Let's check if that has successfully been created. Save this. Refresh that so we can see if our information has been saved to Supabase. And it seems nothing has been saved so far again. So let's call this function then. Save. And it seems nothing is still happening. So let's just, let's remove this. Let's scroll up. Let's save once again. And let's see the latest error that might show. And no error is showing for now. And even saving it, nothing is happening. So let's check. Excellent. You can see our ticketing has been saved right here. And that took some minutes because we didn't think it was actually going, but it was actually saving those informations. As you can see, the airline name is null. We're going to fix that any moment from now. And you can see the arrival city name, departure city name. So now that we know that our data is storing on Supabase, we can as well just, refactor things and fix this airline name not fetching. So in our on-fresh right here, we can, bring back our router to go back to home. So that will be, okay. So this will be router dot replace. I'll replace that with the tabs so that we can navigate to the tab and replace any existing screen we might have opened before. So I think we need to remove this as well. So just save this. It should only run once. So let's check our enriched booking data and which of the airline name is the one that is not fetching. Let's look at the airline name again and see where the issue is. So let's just check the API endpoint one more time. Amadeus version 1 reference data / airlines, then airline code is equal to this. And that is pretty much it. That is pretty much how to fetch the airline code. And why is this now running? Let's check again if we're passing the right. Oops, we made a mistake here. It's supposed to be business name. Business name. Save that. And you know what? Let's first delete all the data we have here. So let's delete all of this and, go through the process again. So delete 4 rows, delete. All right. So let's go through the process again and order, another ticket. So let's just go to our APIs and, I'll comment this to get to the new API key. Save that. On the new API key, copy it. Put this right here. And, just comment it out, save it. Then let's search for Paris to London again. So search. So click the first one. Click this. Then scroll up, click on continue booking. Then let's pass in our information. Then confirm the booking. And let's see how things go. Our ticket has been booked. So let's check Supabase and you can see our airline name. As you can see, that has been updated. We're now fetching all the data that we need to render in our, in our home screen. Yep. So all you have to do is just, get all this data back from, you can see how our, our data looks like. It includes several information. Also, as you can see, these dictionaries here, you can see what that looks like as well. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we can go ahead and, render all of this data in the home of each respective user. So let's just, save to go to home. And here is where we're going to fetch all of those data. All right. So let's head to our home. Let's head to home, app, tabs, index. Just minimize this. Close this. So at the top of our home screen, we are just saying const users tickets, then set users ticket to be an empty array. This is where we're going to save our users tickets. All right. So basically, we're just going to come here. So const fetch user bookings. It's going to be an asynchronous function. All right. So we are going to say const, data, then error is going to be equal to await Supabase. We are going to fetch from the bookings section. Save that. And let's just import Supabase really quick. All right. So we are fetching from the bookings. I'm also selecting everything, but making sure that we filter it based on, the user ID. We want to always fetch the ticket for the logged in user, right? We don't want to fetch all the tickets, or we don't want to show all the tickets in our database for all of the users. All right. So right here, we're going to say if error is true, we're going to say console.log error fetching user bookings, and we'll display the error basically, right? And we'll return just an empty array. So errors, we're going to set users tickets to be of data. So how do we fetch these user bookings? We are just going to take this and go to our use focus effects right here and fetch the user's booking. All right. So save that, and all we have to do is just go to the bottom of our code. So let's just go to the bottom of our code. Let's minimize this. So after this, we are going to say if users tickets is true and users ticket dot length is greater than 0, then we want to now say let's do things differently, and then want to say users tickets dot map. All right, so we want to map over all of the tickets. So inside of here, we're basically going to pass in a booked ticket component, which we don't currently have. All right, so let's just go to, it's supposed to be booked. So in our components, we are going to say booked tickets that's tsx, then React Native functional export. Save that, and we can as well import this right away. And if anything shows it, that means that we are able to get our users ticket. If you see the text here at all, as you can see, it has just one ticket. So right here we can see the key is going to be tickets.data.id, and the item is going to be our tickets. All right, so inside of here we need to make sure that we are passing the ticket right here, or the item rather. The item, we are getting the item here. All right, so for this component, as you can remember, let's just pass in the key so that this can disappear. All right, so for the book ticket, let's save this as well. All right, as you can remember, whenever we click on search, right, this particular component, this particular card is also the same as the card we have right here, right? So we don't need to bother about recreating all of this again, right? So let's just go ahead and copy this code and just reuse it. So inside of our search results, let's close our booking confirmation right here. So inside of this, I believe, nope, not inside of this. Inside of, let's check, render flight offer tickets. Is it tickets? I believe so. So this is our code base, right? Let's just copy all of this. Let's copy all of this. Go to book ticket and just replace everything here. And we're just going to refactor some things. All right, so first things first, let's see if we need to import some of these components that doesn't need that. So material icons as well. So you know what, I'm first going to comment out some of these code. This as well, I'm going to comment it out. So this as well, I'm going to comment it out. this as well. I'm going to comment it out. So I'm going to comment this out as well. Okay. Since there are several comments inside of that. All right. So let's just, comment this out too. Let's check our home. And let's see if we have any recommended here. We do not. So let's just, comment this out too. So first things first, I'm just going to, comment all of these out. And, I'm still going to reuse all this code, but I just like to get started like that. So right here, I'm just going to say airline name, item.airline name. And I believe I can save this to actually see if I get anything back. Do I getting an error right here? Let's just make sure that we are actually, getting the item. So let's save that. And let's see if we're actually getting all the items. All right. So give this a second to fetch. As you can see, Norwegian Air Sweden AOC. So we're actually getting our item, and that is very, very good. So let's just minimize this. All right, so let's move ahead with things, and we can as well remove this recommended because we won't be using it at all. And this text, let's give it a proper styling and say the class name is going to be text of large, text of 6B7386. Their font semi-bold. Let's just sort that. And also, let's bring this down. I do not want a fixed width here at all. So let me just remove these widths. All right. So let's move ahead with things. After item.airline name, you can also have another text above here. You can see, okay, this is flex of row and also width of full. So that is one. So I think we still need to provide like a spacing fixes there. So let me just check once again. So let me check our header is tight. All right. What about our scroll view? We need a scroll view here actually. So all of these should be in a scroll view. So I'm going to say scroll view from React Native. Then take all of these and put everything here. So I'm going to say, okay, show horizontal or vertical scroll indicator to be false. And also container style is going to be justify content align items. Almost there. So inside of this, let's have review. Let's take all of this. Let's put this inside of this. So class name is going to be width of full, of course, padding X of 4. And that should sort our padding right away. Padding Y of 4, justify or between items of center. And that should give our card some breathing. So let's head back to our book tickets. Let's close this. So let's just copy this text again. Let's put it right here. All right. So this is going to be text of large as well. Basically the same thing. But what I'm going to render here is the departure. All right. I'm going to render this right here. I believe. So let's first, render this or render this. We can fix some of this later. Or you know what, let's just go ahead and create them because that might create a blocker for us later. So let's just go here and see const departure segment is going to be equal to item, yes, dot itineraries dot segments. And no, that is not what I want. So the out of item dot data, right, dot flight offers dot itineraries dot segments. Excellent. And also let's create another one called arrival segment, which is going to be item dot data dot flight offers dot itineraries segments. Then also I'm going to dot slice the value we are getting and enter 0. Then also the traveler const traveler pricing is going to be item dot data dot flight offers the traveler's pricing. Then fare details is going to be traveler pricing dot fare details by segment. Then const price is going to be equal to item dot data dot flight offers. Then the flight offer is an array. Let's sort that out. So save that. Cannot convert undefined value to objects. Okay. So where do we add some conditionals? Because it seems something is missing here. That is why the error is showing. So for this, I believe we need to also add the first item in the array for the flight offers. Also this for the flight offers. Then also this for the flight offers. So save that. Our error should disappear. As you can see right here, our error has disappeared. So let's move on to interesting things. So right here, we can just see departure segment, dot carrier code. Save that. As you can see, this is the carrier code. So, all right, let's move ahead. So this is for the airline, right? 65 between and stuff. And this doesn't look, let's give this a gap of 2. All right. So let's minimize this. Let's move on to the next step, departure and arrival. So for departure and arrival, the first item, which is the departure, let me remove this. Let me remove this. So for this, I'm basically going to say item dot departure city name. I believe that was how we stored this in our database. That's 1. So you know what, we're only going to have 2 segments here. So let's remove this view. This is going to be 1/2. 1/2 as well. So for this, let's just render, the item dot arrival city name. Let's see how that goes. As you can see, Charles, then Gatwick. Then underneath of this, I'm going to have a text. Then we're going to have departure segment dot departure dot IATA code. Save that. We're going to have that. So also let's just give it a proper styling class name with text of small, text of 6B73 create 6. Then font semi bold. All right, so let's move ahead. Let's copy this. And for the arrival city name, underneath of this as well, let's have arrival here as well. And our styling is totally off, but we are going to fix that any moment from now. So just permit me to render everything for now. So departure and arrival. So this as well, we have a flex of row. Copy this, flex of row. All right. And I think we're on the right path. We are rendering the, the airport name and the code. So let's just render a comma here. Where is that? Where is that? Right here. Let's have a comma and an empty space right here. So we can differentiate between this and this. This is going to be of semi-bold. And also the text is going to be similar. So copy this. Copy this. Paste this. So that looks like that. Okay, we're almost there. Let's just fix one or two things as well. So font of semi-bold. All right. So this is going to be items of end and justify of end as well. So it goes to the extreme right. So for this as well, let's copy this. Let's have this right here. All right. So what else? Let's have this capitalized right here as well. So let's have this here. All right, because as you can see in our design, they are capitalized, but these other ones are not capitalized. All right, we're almost there. Let's minimize this and let's go to the next stage. Let's uncomment this. All right, so we have justified between items and flex of row. This stays the same, and we have 1/3 right. This is exactly what we definitely want. And for the text here, we are just going to say departure dot alter code. So departure segments dot departure dot alter code. We are thrown into an error there. Departure segments dot departure dot alter code. Why is that throwing an error at us? Cannot convert undefined value to object. No issues at all. We have font awesome right here. And also here we are going to have arrival segment dot arrival. Arrival segment dot arrival dot alter code. So that's the first section right there. Let's save that. And you can see that works as expected. So for this, we can as well, style the text properly and say this and this. Let's give it a class name. The class name is going to be text of large, text of black, font of bold. All right. So save that, and you can see our departure, alter code, and arrival. Moving on, we are almost done with our users tickets. So we have this section and this section, right? And let's just uncomment this. Let's, collapse this. We are done with that section. So this arrival time. So for this, we can say item.itineraries. Let's say item.data dot flight offers. And the first item in that section is what I want to bring out. And I do not want to reduce anything actually. So this is those segments.length, all right? And this is -1. Excellent. So what else? What else? Format time. We can go to our search results, our tickets, I believe. We have our format time and format time duration right here. So go into my book tickets. Let me close the items or index rather. So let me just paste this right here. And at the end of the code base or at the end of our developments, we're going to refactor a lot of things. Any function or components we are not using less or we are repeating, we have to refactor it and stuff. So let's see what we are doing. So this is going to be departure. This is going to be departure segment.departure.art items.data.flyOffiles. This is going to be removed. This is going to be the same. So for all of these, I'm going to remove all of this. All of these is going to look like this, but it's going to be item, dot data dot flight offers. Then the first in that section dot itinerary segment, and this is going to so for all of this, I'm going to remove all of this. All right. So I'm just going to have arrival segment dot arrival dot art. So format those nice sections like that. And finally, the type of tickets. So let's check the final section. So we are going to remove everything. Yeah, you know what? We are not going to remove everything. But starting from here and here, we are going to remove all of this. And we are going to say fair details dot cabin dot length. If it is greater than 15, then just use fair details dot cabin dot slice. Get the first to the 15th character, then add 3 dots. I will just use fair details dot cabin. Then this is just going to be, price. This is going to be price dot currency. And I believe we made a silly mistake here. So, okay. So just this here. And this is going to be price dot grand total. Ladies and gentlemen, save that and you can see our flight details right there. This completes the section for the users, ticket. And the only thing we need to do now is to add this text here and basically take all of these components into the ticket screen so we can see the user's ticket in a better long list than what we have here. So you know what, I'm just going to close this. I do not need this anymore. So open these and go to your index. Oops, not my index, that's my tab. Index. So just above this, or just above this, we're going to have a view here. We're also going to have a view here. So we want to have a class name, the width of full, padding X of 4, padding Y of 4, justify between items of center. Class name is going to be width of full, padding y of 2, flex of row, justify of between items of center. So inside of this, I'm just going to have a text that says active tickets, full stop. So this text should show here any moment from now. Let me just give it a nice styling and say this is going to be text of large, font of semi-bold. Save that. So let's move ahead. Let's have a pressable here. Pressable right here. And we're going to have the text right here. And this is going to say see more. Class name is going to be of flex of row. Justify of center, items of center, then gap of 2. So the symbol will also have, an icon to it. So view. Also want to have a view right here. And I'm going to call this feather rather. Permit my British English. So I'm going to have arrow dash right. Size is going to be 24. Let's import folder right away from Expo vector icons. And also color is going to be 12B3A8. Save that. I should see the icon right there. So let's give this a proper class name. So Simon text is going to be 12B3A8. Font semi-bold. Text of base. So we have that text right there. Excellent. So what else? Whenever we click on this, we want to navigate to, the ticket screen. So press is going to be router.push, then to tickets. All right, we're going to create that right now or pretty soon. So. What else? Pardon why, I think this is too much. All right. So let's just create a ticket screen right away. And trust me, this is the last or one of the last things we'll be working on. React Native functional export. Save that. So ticket, save that. Reload the app. So you can register that ticket screen. So you can see the ticket right here. So if you click on see more, you're going to be taken to the ticket screen, right? And it's basically the same thing. You're going to render the same, UI. And I think I made a slight mistake here. So this ticket is not supposed to stay here. It is meant to be inside of the tab. So move this right here. So we can have 3 items here. So inside of my layout, I want to register the tickets. And this is going to be ticket. So save that. And it says no route name ticket. That's because we are yet to, register that. Let's delete this explore. So tickets, let's reload our app so we can register that. Reload the app. Reload the app. So this is our ticket, right? This is how it looks like. And all we are going to do is basically copy everything here. So let's copy everything here. Copy everything here. Go to the tickets. Put everything here. And basically import. Let's close this book items in the index. Everything related to fetching of the user's tickets. Just copy it. Copy this. All of these have it here. Supabase, import stats. We're going to import all of these items too as well. So use focus effects, copy this. So whenever you focus on that screen, we basically, just call in the first user booking. And, you can always, make this code better by, implementing task query. So you can, memorize the data by catching it on all of those things. Basically, this code is make it better, fix the bugs, make it better. But the solid foundation you need to, build upon, I've already provided it for you guys. So all you have to do is just extend it. You can make cool things with it and supercharge this app basically. So I'm just going to go ahead and implement this user ticket, copy this, put this right here, import these. If we don't have it, import the others one. So our user info as well, our user, copy this. So put this here as well. Import this from user store. All right, so moving on, let's bring in our scroll view. That's 1. Our pressable, that's 2. Router, 3. Feather, 4. Book tickets, that's 5. Fingers crossed, this works as expected. And finally, let's just have a safe area view here. Safe area, not provider, a view instead. Let's just cut this and post it right here. And say show vertical scroll view to be false. And okay, that is not where we want to have it. Cut this. We want to have it. Okay, we already have it here. So save this. And how the scroll up, then let's have a style. And the style is going to be background color of white. And this also is going to be, let's have a class name here, height of full. So this entire white background fills the entire screen. And ladies and gentlemen, let's clear this padding white also, so it starts right there. And also, before we even leave here, let's have the status bar from Expo status bar, the style to be of dark, so we can see the status bar right here. So ladies and gentlemen, that is all we need to implement for this app. And I hope you've learned a lot. All you have to do now is to, fix those bugs. Like some of these items here, it doesn't look like what we have here. Just fix some of those things and, hit me up on Telegram or Instagram and, share the progress of the app with me. And, even in my home right here, I can, copy this, go to my index, and this is already light. I don't know why this is not working, or should I switch it to auto? And that doesn't seem to be working, but let's just leave that as it is. Anyway, this is how I want things to work. So tickets, I can remove the pressable. All right, and just, change this to view instead of pressable. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that is what we have for you today. And I hope you've learned a lot from this video. And if you do, please, give this video a thumbs up, like the video, subscribe, share with your friends. Most importantly, again, subscribe. Also, turn on the notification bell icon so that you'll be notified when we build or when I build more beautiful apps like this. So, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our full stack airline booking app. And this works just like, other airline apps as well, whereby you have to select the destination, the arrival, the dates, the amount of seats, and some of those informations as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me today. Before we leave, let's just do a recap of everything we did so far. So let me close everything for now. Let me close everything for now. Let me go to my leave, not sleep, hotels. This. Let me just, get the API key so we can search for another location and, save this. So copy all of these. Paste this right here. So let's search for, from New York. Let's search for New York that we initially wanted to search for. And, you can even make this screen better by making sure that you don't repeat these selected locations and stuff. So select New York. Go back, you see New York selected there. So let's start from New York to London. Search. Let us search from New York to London. That is 189 euro. So let's just continue. Branded upsell. All right. So this is the price. Continue booking. Let's pass in our information. Then submit, confirm the booking of your tickets, and it takes us to the booking screen. As you can see, your ticket purchase successfully completed. And if you check our Supabase right here, we should see our data reload here in a moment from now. As you can see right there, this is our ticket from Gatwick. This is the arrival, rather. The departure is Newark Liberty International. I believe this is in USA. This is in New York. The airline name is Auslander, and our arrival is Gatwick Airport. And you can see the time right here, 16:51. And as you can see on my screen right here, is 5:52. All right. So I believe that I added a +1 to the time. If you check here, yeah, I think it did because of my, So let's just, save this. Even though we already saved that before. If you go to our tickets, we'll be able to see two of our tickets right here. F1 Icelander, Newark Liberty International EWR, Gatwick KEF, EWR, LGL, time of departure and time of arrival. So ladies and gentlemen, let's just give this a proper, styling to make sure that looks really good. So inside of my app tabs and inside of my index, I believe, inside of my tickets, then I'm just going to, I can as well render in view here, cut all of this, put it right here, and say class name is going to be, gap of 4. You can see the difference already. So you can make this gap of 6 if you want to increase the gap between the ticket and the order. And it seems this is taking time to reflect. It's taking some time to reflect. And this is not us, actually. This is just the device doing its thing. So let's change it back to 4. Let's change this back to 4. Save that. and go to the ticket, you still see the same thing. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we have built so far. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed today's video. So if you want to build more cool apps using Amadeus, APIs, just go to their, just like I said, Amadeus for developers, Postman, fork it. As you can see, just save top rated fork. And, you can play around with other endpoints that they have and, build code and, build cool apps with it, and you are good to go. So that's a wrap, guys. See you on the next video. Peace.